Hello, 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 hello. We are back. Welcome, everyone. Returning to Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Hi, Grant. Good to see you here in the chat. Hello to everyone else as well. Feel free to sound off. I believe last time we had just done the gauntlet, the beginner gauntlet, rather less successfully than I was hoping, but we did win. And I believe after that we traveled back to the Cyber Hovering Reefs, and we were preparing to take on Keves Castle. Spaghetti Monster, what did I do to get banned from the Elden Ring wiki? It was all very, very fun. Unfortunately, I didn't do anything cool or interesting to get banned. I think it was just somehow my IP address or group of IP addresses that included mine got caught up in some kind of automated thing, and I didn't do anything. I just lost access to it on my laptop for a day. And then it was restored. So, sorry. Made for a great community post, though, I think. Hey, Arhead. I do love the title. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who did we annihilate? That was actually in... And this memory is stuck with me somehow. That was in a scene in early 2000s sitcom Malcolm in the Middle, where they were playing youth soccer and the opposing team was dominating and their cheer was that. But I think it makes a great fit for this part of the story. Let's load back in, shall we? And I believe we did set up the team the way we wanted. We got 5 different people on rank 9 who should actually finish their classes at the end of this chapter, hopefully. And then Tyon's working through Incursor, which he just recently picked up when we recruited Alexandria. Do we want to change our lineup, maybe? We got some new options. I'm a big fan of Raid still. Okay, yeah, now we can put the hero in front. I like this configuration too. Hey, Z-Mistake, welcome. Glad to have you here. Uni and Tyon feels so unbalanced because Tyon is so tall, or appears so tall. Same for Lance and Senna, honestly. Let's go with the hero lineup. Okay. But time to infiltrate Keves Castle. Have you played any of the Fates hacks, and would you ever stream one? You're talking about things like oh, what's his face?
We'll take this down.
Mayor Smashville's Rebirth hack, that kind of stuff. I've never played any of those. I don't have any immediate plans to stream any of that stuff, but I think it could be fun to do at some point.
This'll fetch a high price.
Hey Chris, welcome.
The sky's getting a little dark.
Topographical info updated.
To be honest, I probably won't do any other Fates content, except maybe as a random one-off thing until the
Looks like you were right, Noah.
the train everyone run is over,
here.
which might be in like a year and a half.
A welcome gift for easy sneakings.
Let's go over this again. First, we get to those containers without being spotted. With me so far?
Anyone spots us, we're like ninjas. We take them out quickly and silently.
Once we're inside, we pick the right opportunity to proceed through the hangar. Our goal is here.
Hey, Vocal Monk.
The maintenance hatch
Welcome. Glad to have you.
that leads outside.
From there,
You're just
we
in time
head
for
to
the
outer
briefing.
deck.
Right. Enemy presence should be lower around there. Then we move to the main housing.
Assuming we get there, how do we trash it?
I can brief you on the next steps. After analyzing the data we got from Boliaris, I discovered a flaw in the annihilator's
Hey,
construction.
Seti.
A weak point?
Indeed. Here. The weapon is designed to temporarily render the black fog inactive, condense and collect it, then release it in one blast. Our best bet is to destroy the neutralizer assembly from which it draws its power. But it's located in the castle interior. Getting there will be no joke. Once there, we'll need to damage the autobalancer in the barrel's housing. Most likely, it was built in a hurry. The movable barrel is affixed to this outer ring that you see here. But the ring isn't strong enough to take the barrel's weight or absorb the recoil. That's why the autobalancer was added after construction, as an afterthought.
So what? We've just got to smash that thing to pieces.
Smash it, and the entire ring begins to fall apart, and the barrel collapses under its own weight.
How strong is the autobalancer? Not too sturdy.
Nothing Ouroboros can't handle.
So, what's this thing?
That is a refrigeration unit. The barrel needs vast amounts of energy. It would have to be kept cool at all times to keep the energy in check.
I'm surprised it's so huge.
Seems that was built quickly too. It's got both bulk and heft to it. They probably couldn't have made it any smaller.
A rush job, huh?
Okay then. We all good to go?
Yeah. No more taking it easy. Let's make this happen.
Okay. In this area,
Hey now, I think we could slide down that thing.
we've got a couple different options for how to get around. We're supposed to go over to the transports over there. We could just take the rope down and fight our way through the Keves troops. And Levnis is down there in the ether mine. We could go straight ahead through this gap, but again fight some ground troops and Levnis's. Or, on the right,
Be all sneaky like
you can sneak
here.
around.
Or we could just punch clean through, quick as. Huh? What's that? Oh, looks like we can go on from here.
And we're going to choose the stealth option, at least for the time being, because we don't want to get a ton of experience from random Keves troops. So we'll just go around this way. I also agree, Arhead, it doesn't make a lot of sense, story-wise, for you to be just beating up all the Kevesi in the way, although we could do it. There are a couple of unique monsters around here that would be a bit of a challenge, but still doable. And aside from that, yeah, we could absolutely fight our way through all of these enemies.
What kind of place is this?
There's a whole sparkload of ether. You think this is where our colony supply came from too?
This would explain how Keves is able to deploy so many Levnises.
And theoretically, you could just go straight into the castle via that bridge, but I believe the gates are locked for now, although they'll open up pretty soon.
The transport containers shouldn't be far now.
You think we'll make it? I just hope nobody spots us.
Interesting that some of the stuff is going to Colony 5, which is the location that'll come up again later. Actually, I forget. I think the pathway to Colony 5 is inaccessible until you get Uni's quest, because otherwise you could just go visit it now. But I don't remember what blocks the way. Probably there's like a door that's shut or something. Is Colony 5 the destroyed one? Well, not yet. Spoilers.
So, where's the maintenance hatch?
It's in the reserve area on the upper level. First, we'll need to take the elevator that can get us up to that floor.
I don't see any guards.
Too foggy for taste of banana.
If we're gonna move, now's the time.
That said, we are indoors. Move fast, but keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, of course.
I wonder what's around here.
Alright, we'll sneak around the castle a little bit more. Although I don't think it's even possible. No, I'm certain it's not possible to get through the entire castle without ever being spotted.
Shh, keep it down.
Which is a bit of a shame. It doesn't really matter, but I wish there was some path you could take here that would get you past all the enemies without ever being seen.
You itching to get wrecked?
We already blew it. Could actually just die right now. I want to be at that. Hello?
I should have done more.
Where? Some of my controller buttons were not working. Okay. Anyway. Seem to be working now. Yeah, we gotta run around here and get a couple more containers.
If all these Levnesses were to deploy at once.
And I guess we missed part of Alex's dialogue there, fortunately. Okay, so that's basically all that's actually on the ground floor. It's just some more containers over here on the east side. We're gonna run out the south gate though, right out to where we were, past our flame protector Revelta here, and explore this way a little bit more to get an origin shard, and then beyond that, a spot near the transports that we weren't able to get to because of the cutscene. And there's another container over here.
What are you hiding, little guy?
Which has a knacker choker, which is honestly not that useful, but whatever. So, back into the castle. We want to go to storage area number 2, because it's easier to navigate around the first floor from this side, actually, just because of the places where the enemies start.
Doesn't bear thinking about.
Okay, that's the rest of Alex's dialogue about all the Levnesses getting deployed at once. Because now we want to go around the south wall, behind all the enemies here to get to this container.
Sneak a peek.
And then up the western ramp,
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
where there's one more container for us to get. In order for us to be able to open this, we'll have to run up this way.
I wonder what's around here.
And normally you get spotted by the troopers here, but
Well,
there we
we've
go.
been found.
But with super speed on, their detection doesn't always pick you up.
More enemies. What do we do?
Gale slash.
We drop aggro up here, then run back and open that container,
What are you hiding, little
This is
guy?
valuable.
which has
Let's put it away for
just
safekeeping.
knock-on coins. Yeah. Yep. How much of the rest of the playthrough will Ashira be our hero? Not a whole lot of it. She's not even our hero right now, actually. Because we're going to be cycling heroes quite a bit in order to unlock classes quickly. And although Ashira is very useful with her launch art and her abilities and chain attacks. We're not going to be focused on chain attacks that much for the rest of the run. So we won't rely on her as much as you might think. Okay, I got the landmark up here, so I can warp back up.
What's this?
Now that I've gotten that, I'm going to run down to the other side and get one more landmark on the other end of the first floor.
Never seen this place before.
And getting all the landmarks is, well, it's mostly about completionism, but finding all the locations does autofill your map once you've got every location in a region, which is nice. And landmarks in particular also give you a little bit of SP that we can use for our soul trees. So there is a bonus, albeit a small one, for actually going and bothering to go out of the way down there to get the other side of the hangar.
Is that?
Over here on the right, we get a rest spot
Oh, hey.
and a container
Let's
behind
just
that.
sneak a peek.
Now, to get to the other side, we have to open a door, which means we can't be in combat.
Guys, get ready to
Luckily, it is feasible to get all the way across this bridge and not be in a fight. The only obstacle is this Velites here. So sometimes you have to run across, and if it turns around and spots you before you get across, then you have to run back towards the rest spot and then back across the bridge again once it drops aggro, and then cross over here and open the door before it respawns. And then in this hallway is the only required fight as you navigate through the entire Keves Castle. You have to fight these 3 troopers because you have to open another door on the other end of the hallway, and there's no way to drop aggro from them in here.
We are so winning this.
We are. Let's finish this already.
Although I suppose maybe you could just try running back through the open door that way, but if you don't have super speed, I don't think that's very easy to do. I'm banned from the Elden Ring wiki. I was by mistake, and I don't think it was targeted at me. I've never like logged in or like posted anything on the Elden Ring wiki or anything, but I was for a day.
It's amazing. Make it count.
Nice that none of these troops use their irises to alert anyone. They are very considerate about that. Why? There's nothing I did. I think it was just the... I mean, I couldn't tell you.
This is something
It just
decent.
told me my IP block, or whatever it was. I forget the terminology. Been banned. And then the next day it wasn't. I'm so glad I got a screenshot of it, though. I don't really understand the logistics involved with these Argo elevators. Like, I don't... Why would you design it this way? But anyway, moving it up and down creates crossings on this upper level catwalk. So part of our task when we're navigating through the castle is to lower those elevators to create a pathway all the way around this upper catwalk here. So we'll ignore these enemies, run down here by these unique monsters who won't aggro you if you don't go in front of them.
What are you hiding, little
This has
guy?
got to be worth a bunch.
Let's put it away for safety.
With this container here. We'll come back for these guys
Well,
later.
now, ain't that a challenge?
What's happening in Keves Castle? Yep.
Now we can follow the route above. That should get us over to the elevator.
We are working our way across. So this gets us up to the rest of the second floor. There was an area in the, I guess it's the northeast corner that we couldn't reach. It was gated off from the rest spot, and now we're circling around
Out of my
to get to
way.
that section. the architecture of this place doesn't make any sense. But here's the main slanted elevator that we need to take up to the 3rd floor. Here we want to avoid, well, I guess super speed makes this easier. We want to avoid all the Leibnices, so we can run past to this side and put down this elevator, and that will allow us to cross over to another container. If we've been spotted by anyone on this side, we could just run to the elevator we're supposed to go to, the diagonal one, and you, just like before in the Orion tunnels when we use this trick, whenever you go on an elevator, it's similar to taking a ladder. Like basically any platform that's movable in the game will instantly drop aggro from the enemies. So, for example, they spot me here, I can just run and bam, we're out of combat. You remember there being a bunch of unique enemies in the castle? Depending on what you count as in, I guess there's... and what you count as separate enemies. I guess there are 7. Because Protector Revelta out at the south gate, and there's 1 unique one on the 1st floor, and then a duo on the 2nd floor, and a trio here on this floor. Now the challenge here in the Troop Reserve section is to get to the equipment storage room up on the far side, the west side, and generally in this area you can't escape from combat. So it's basically designed to force you to fight through a whole bunch of infantry here in the Troop Reserve section. Although you can drop combat by running back to the elevator, as usual. But at the very least, the ramp to get up to the next room we have to go to is guarded by a couple of elite enemies that we don't want to fight. And it's kind of tricky to get past them. There's a couple different ways you can do it. I believe the speedrun does a kind of difficult jump behind them where you like try to sneak around and then jump up the ramp that they're guarding in a way that you're not really meant to go. But I find that kind of hard. So I'm going to go into this side room first, but after that I'll try to show off a different method for getting up there without combat. I'm going to go ahead and engage this Speculatos. And I don't want my team to kill enemies, so I'll have them follow me. So I just want to loot the container in here, and then we'll set up to do the, I guess you could call it a skip. But anyway, the enemies in here will normally follow you across the entire floor, but the ones at the west end, their aggro range doesn't quite reach this wall on the east side, and conversely, things on the east side, like the Speculatos, don't quite track you all the way to the west end. So what we're going to do is
should find somewhere to rest.
Try to engage both the Speculatos and some of the enemies down at the west end of the hall in such a way that we will be able to well, I don't know how to explain this exactly. We will engage them both in combat, but we'll have our party spread out so that some of us are on the west end while the character I'm controlling runs back towards this side. And when we get to this wall, we should drop out of combat with the enemies on the west end, but still be in combat with this Speculatos. But while you're in combat and you change which character you're controlling, unlike when you're out of combat and you just change characters in place, during combat when you change characters, you actually move to wherever the character you're switching to is. So the idea is we get into combat with enemies on the west end. We run back east and fight the Speculato, so we're still in combat state. We run to this wall, so we're no longer in combat on the west end, but some of our characters are still on the west end of the hallway. Then we change characters, so we're controlling someone on the west end, and we run west really quickly to drop aggro from the Speculatos, and then we're out of combat, and we should be able to get up the ramp, which you can see at the west end of the hall there. And that lets you get through this without actually fighting any enemies. So I'm gonna try to control a defender just for survivability. You mentioned the speedrun a lot, or were you part of that community? No, I have like zero interest in doing the speedrun, but it's fun to watch, so I've seen a few. Okay, so I'm gonna engage the Speculatos first. Oh, and I should not use super speed for this, because I want to demonstrate this is possible without cheats. So just to make him despawn for a second, so I'm not in combat yet. And then we're immediately going to run down this hallway to the end, drawing aggro from the Black Triad, unique monster trio, and from the pair of unique troopers, or elite troopers over here. So now we're fighting. And while we're engaged in combat, I'm going to dash down to the other end. And now get into a fight with the Speculatos. Keep dashing to the wall and switch to someone on the far end. So now these enemies are despawned, or are in the process of despawning. So are the troopers at the ramp, and I got up the ramp just in time. Yeah, okay. And cool.
This could be dicey.
So we got out of there
Up to you.
with no combat, and now we're up to the equipment storage door.
We could take a break here.
I hope we can make use of this.
Say, isn't this valuable?
We should take good care of that.
So that control opens the way out towards the Annihilator cannon. We're not quite ready to go out there because we do want to make sure we are at the correct experience value. If all three enemies in that hallway that we had to fight had been the max level, we would be at 2233. We want to be at 2234. So you'd always have to go get at least one experience. But we need 33. And we can certainly warp out and do that. It's not critical to get to that here. We could just finish the chapter and then get that experience we need at the beginning of chapter 5. But I like doing it before we end the chapter so we don't have to worry about it interrupting our flow later. Hey Joe, welcome to the stream. Glad you're able to join us live. I'm just checking what gems I can craft. I'd like to knock out some more of the low-level ones. An Arachno Queen would be too much experience. That's still like 60 experience for killing those, so I can't get this. Mora I think would be similar. They're like 40 plus. So can't farm for either of those. So it doesn't really matter then. I don't think there's much else that we could go hunt that would be low enough in level. I guess we could fight a Kramit to try to enhance a refined blessing gem. Would be fine. Gogles would be too much. Yeah, let's go for some Kramits.
Let's move out.
Did I say we need 33 experience? Kramits are worth 10 or 12 XP, so this won't work out exactly perfectly. We'll have to make up the difference somewhere.
It stopped its digging. Oh,
Yeah, two 21s and a 22 should get us 1 XP away.
Try not to waste too much effort on this.
Move, dog!
You're dealing with me.
Thanks! I see you!
So this is your weak point.
Smooth as ever, Alex!
Face me.
You're a lifesaver.
Hey, I'll draw the reinforcements. No slash.
God!
Reversal edge! I see you!
Violent bite. You're
Aerial
dealing
slap.
with me.
Appreciate it.
No good.
Crumble. A fusion of our good work!
No dog. The enemy's on me. Center. Freedom. Now. That was
2233. Need one more. So, back to our old friend, the Torchlight Hill landmark.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
You can be sure I'll do my part.
That was pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync.
Cool. 2234. And now we should be just about ready. To prepare for the boss fight, I am going to change Tyon's accessory to the analyzer scope. This is a pretty substantial hit to his damage output. Where is it? Analyzer scope there. But we're already not really building him for damage. We just want to make sure that we have a pretty consistent chain attack. And the analyzer scope will set him to 45 TP, which makes it pretty easy to get Bravo in round 1. Given that our hero is also an Agnian attacker.
Right, Tyon?
So, back to equipment storage, and we will just about be ready. I should also fill out soul trees before we go ahead. Interlink. Okay, so we're going for enhancing Glorious Wing. I hope I remember to do this, because what this does is, I believe it makes the power charge more powerful. I forget the difference, though. Normally power charge is 50%, but I think with enhanced version it's like 65? Don't quote me on that, though. Alright, have a good one, Spaghetti Monster. Sorry you didn't get to see much combat. For Mio, we'll go enhanced full moon drop. And that's mostly so we can get to heat control time.
I got a new trick up my sleeve.
On Uni, we're aiming for shared blessing, or enhancing shared blessing, so we'll get healing power up.
A new power, eh?
Tyon, if we enhance Atomize, it'll be a pretty big damage boost. Raises the base damage of that skill, or that art. And we can also afford attack plus.
More to add to the playbook.
And critical plus here.
More to add to the playbook.
On Lance, we can unlock arts canceling, which also unlocks the left-hand side of his tree. And for Senna, we'll go ahead and enhance Earth Crusher. Could also reasonably take enhancing Explosive Spirit here. Kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. This may be the better choice, but we'll go with Earth Crusher.
Whoa, new power.
Okay. So for the boss fight, I'm going to want to control one of my healers. I'm going to choose my Thaumaturge because I like controlling them better. Because this is a pretty dangerous boss, and it's the kind of thing that demands player control on the healers in my experience.
We've been spotted.
I've got to keep their attention.
All right.
LDO, Alex is your favorite new character in this game. Class is really fun too. I think she's cool. I like her design. I like her outfit. I think it's one of the best Agnian outfits, actually.
There is annihilator.
And it's true, the class is really fun.
That's huge. Think of the firepower. 2 or 3 colonies could, like, be wiped off the map with one shot of that.
We have to hurry. If it starts moving now.
If the map is correct, the auto balancer should be in that housing.
That's what we're after, right?
Yeah.
Wrecking that massive thing is gonna be a job and a half.
But smash that auto balancer and the whole thing comes down.
only you could equip that auto balancer. I was thinking about that myself. Like, imagine if the auto balancer accessory you can equip is actually just that thing. You just strap it to your arm or whatever. The auto balancer accessory makes it so that when enemies block you, you don't get bounced back and sort of you don't have your attack chain disrupted. It's pretty limited utility, although there's some bosses
It
where
looks
it's
even bigger.
kind of nice
Seeing
to
it up
have.
close.
Noah, that's the auto balancer.
Right. Just like on the map.
Well then, let's get to it. Senna?
My pleasure.
We got a free auto balancer in the DLC Wave 1 accessory pack, but I don't think we've ever used it.
Pals, afraid I can't let you do that.
You?
Sup? Been a while, eh?
Mobius! How'd you figure it out?
You lot aren't too bright, are you? Sure, we can't pinpoint your exact position inside all the black fog, but we can get a general idea where you're hanging out. Once we picked up your reading near the castle, we knew. I mean, what, you were just passing through, were you? You'd have to be an idiot to think that.
Uni, what is it?
It's nothing. This guy just does my head in, is all.
He very condescending.
I couldn't agree more. Let's shut him up then. Yorin, you're here too.
So that's what you look like.
What do you think? Quite the looker, eh?
I knew it was a trap.
I'm not
Kinda
entirely
wild, come to
sure
think
I
of
would
it,
say
that
trap exactly.
technically
You'd have to
a
ask
majority
Ben for
of the
details.
end of chapter bosses in this
So
game
you took down P&O, did you?
are Yorin.
Not bad at all.
Good riddance, I say. Idiots. I mean, going past the time limit while interlinking. Who does that? Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So that really was it? The time limit?
Well, since you lot have already tangled with them, we can make this quick.
I'm just glad I won't have to explain this.
Yes. Why even explain?
How typical.
So, loads better than P&O, right?
Can't beat them this time? Won't know until we try.
I will give D&J credit for one thing. They're a lot less ugly than O and P.
Yeah, I noticed.
Noah?
No time to think. For Ethel's sake, we have to destroy the annihilator!
We will probably have our characters die a lot in this fight, but that's okay, as long as we can revive them. And what we're going to aim to do is get an early chain attack in, and then finish with another chain attack after we weaken the enemy a little bit more. There is no up there. And with any luck, the amount of reviving that we end up doing will make it so that we can use our combo arts, flashback and shield dash, pretty frequently to help keep the enemy locked down.
Ready to feed him some pain?
Nice. Got a break. That's very good. So, first chain attack. Obviously, we're going to pick our hero first. And that's really nice to see, because that means we can lead with Tyon. And then because Alex not only is an Agnian attacker, so she matches her own order, which will guarantee she gets at least 45 TP. She also has a couple of arts that have a lot of hits and will always crit, or nearly always crit, depending when we use her. I think the heroic... I haven't tested this, but I think the heroic chain effect is... It has the same first blood bonus as other attackers, and then only Alex's attacks will always crit. I don't think this means that every attack for the round will crit. It's kind of confusing. But anyway, we'll lead with Tyon, and then follow up with one of our healers to get to 99, and then finish with Alex, and that should get us to 150. Can actually go with Lance, which could be marginally better. So he gives us an attack up buff.
Bye-bye now.
Okay.
You're doomed now.
Check out what I've got in mind.
So then, as usual, we want to pick Tyon or Uni, and Tyon is better, because our attackers are physical. We'll get power charge on Mio. And I don't think Noah... First of all, I don't think Tyon can actually get us 101 TP. And I don't think Noah can get us to 99 anyway. I'm going to pick Uni and get the launch in for that damage bonus, and then follow up with Tyon.
This'll end it. Keep hitting hard.
Leave it to Uni.
Okay.
Do you think this plan might work? Leave it to Uni.
Okay. We actually want to use Mio more than Tyon. The rest of the chain attack. I think it's fine to go with Senna now, and we'll hope that we can get Mio's TP really high so that she can be our finisher in future rounds. But that's not quite enough. But Tyon alone should be able to get us to 115 from here. So if we use him, we'll be guaranteed to get everyone back for the final round. So we will definitely get Mio returned.
I'm with you.
And one for good measure.
Which is good, because then we can at least get power charge back on Mio for the final round.
Leave it to Uni.
And we'll take Uni, because Uni and Tyon's Ouroboros finisher is the best.
Allow me. You're in for it now.
How about this?
It ain't over yet.
We're ready, bring it!
I'm gonna win this. Too right, you pick mine.
Probably don't want to pick Alex, she might actually finish by herself. So we'll go Uni, and then our healers with buffs, and then finish with Mio.
How about this?
And see how much Uni and Tyon can do.
Any last words? Gonna walk all over you. You know the drill.
You can come.
Pretty good amount. I think together they're doing about 33% total, almost. But this enemy has a lot of HP. We just did 1.4 million, and we're not even all that close to finishing the battle.
Where that came from?
But we should have enough time to generate another chain attack, and then we'll use that to finish.
I'll end it here. I'm so bad.
Let me give you a taste. Eat it. Get away.
I'm sorry.
Mio. This can't be happening. More where that came from.
Just
Let me
one.
give you a taste. You won't get away.
I've lost the enemy.
Let me give you a
Just
taste.
one. You're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Wonder how this game ended up being the easiest of the three. I think partly it's down to the fact that it actually teaches you most of the things you need to know. Because, for example, what you can do with the systems in Xenoblade 2 is absurd, but that game doesn't teach you anything. So it's very easy to never learn it and really struggle for a long time. We'll topple for safety. And we can revive, get Alex up, and there we go.
We could try something fun. I'll put the plan in motion.
And perfect, we got Alex back, so this should go very nicely. I'm gonna try using Noah first this time, just in case he gets returned. We'll have a higher TP healer to work with.
Bye-bye now.
Alex just barely got there.
You're doomed now.
Observe my strategy.
Okay.
I'll make this work.
Tyon's order, as usual.
I'll start us off. Me next.
Cactus pair, your best memory of this game is probably beating the giant deer and turkey unique monsters at like a 10 level deficit using tank stacking. That sounds pretty cool.
This'll end it. Again.
Xenoblade 2 never teaching you about Spike and then having a really hard boss with Spike in the middle of the game is actually crazy. That is so true. I distinctly remember that struggle against the like the what was it specifically called, like the power coils on that one. God, I forget the terminology from 2. Not a Titan, but the whatever on Temperantia. Yeah,
Hit them where they least expect.
felt impossible. Okay. This round, let's do Mio,
Great.
and I think Uni should be able to get us to 150.
I'll start us off.
More where that came from.
You're done.
Yeah, good job, Uni.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Check out what I've got.
Ooh, that's a good combo. I think I can get... Well, this is the final round. Let's go Uni. Think we can power charge and not get to 79? Yeah. Or not to get to 80, rather. Cool.
I'll follow your lead. This'll end it.
It ain't over yet.
It's kind of wild how much more health D and J have than a lot of the stuff we've seen before. Actually don't know if... Uni might do more damage than Alex. I'll give Alex a shot here. Nope, didn't do it. Alright, that means unfortunately we'll have to sit through the Ouroboros animation, unless Lance just did it? Okay. Well, we don't need the buff, so can Noah finish the job? Yes! Cool. There you go. 5 people just finished their classes, and the entire party just leveled up to 40.
Annihilator has started moving.
This is bad, Noah.
I see it!
No, you don't! Ha! Yeah! What you slacking around for? If you don't hurry, the colony's gonna be a pile of ash.
Julie, what are you doing?
Behind you, Junie.
Use difficulty completely plummets for every fight you have the best healer blade in the game. I just wish the Catalyst Scimitar had a break art. There are lots of
What's the matter, Uni?
weapons in Xenoblade 2 that are objectively very good, but don't have a combo art, or don't have a combo on the characters that do the most DPS with them. And that just feels bad.
Those eyes. You're afraid, aren't you? Why so scared?
I'll kill you whenever you cross my path.
Let me lead. I'll handle this. Go, Mondo.
You're not hitting me.
Sure about that.
What?
Fine. Scatter.
There's one enhancement I'd really like to see in a remastered version of Xenoblade 2. I mean, there's probably several. But I would love it if you could set the AI profiles. So you could dictate which characters focus on blade combos or driver combos.
You'll never win this
Or you could say just stick to one blade or that kind of thing.
Well then, we'll just have to take out this!
Mimi, you gotta keep them busy. I'll do that.
What? You thought this was just a fashion choice? These can sense the slightest shifts in the air. Kind of a sensor, really. Even without looking at you, I can tell exactly what you're doing, so you brats better learn fast.
And if I were OMP, I'd be so mad that D and J got the really good interlink abilities and they got being a weird two-headed monster thing.
The annihilator! Beauty, what are you? Move! If you won't move, let me.
Tyon.
Or maybe you've realized that the end is nigh. I thought I told you. I can read your every movement in the air.
All you're sensing is the area around you.
What's your point?
Well, if I make some distance, looks like you can sense sparkle.
An illusion! Just so.
Yeah, Mondo saved the day again with their unspecified abilities.
Did that at the start.
It is really cool how Ouroboros form Uni uses her like gun turret things to pin this guy's arms though. Really like
Sure,
it.
I was scared, but even then, you'll find I'm no quitter.
Ouch.
You ain't escaping.
Beauty!
Jerry, split up now!
Got it.
Are they dead? No. I shot one of my Mondo into their body. I sense it's still there. I'd say it's likely they got away.
That right.
At least they're really forthright about the fact that that wasn't a
Have you ever met
death.
him before?
I appreciate it.
As in before we became Ouroboros, I mean.
No idea. But I think that something inside me remembers. That guy. And his claws.
Maybe that has to do with Mobius too. Why they exist here in our world.
Well then, I've got to know, don't I? And then I'll break free. And it won't have to feel like I'm suffocating. Uni.
We can think more later. Right now we should make ourselves scarce.
You're right. We might have destroyed the annihilator, but we haven't liberated the castle.
Just fly up to the top and break their flame clock. Bing bong, so simple.
Colony relations got updated.
Anyway, level 40 gets us a bunch of new slots. New Master Art, new Master Skill, and new Gem. So the only thing we're missing is the level 40 unlock for the third accessory. since we've gotten those things, we'll go ahead and make some updates to our classes now. And also, the final fight of this chapter won't give us any experience, so it doesn't really matter what classes we're in as far as progression goes. What I'm going to do is change things around and basically set up for how we're going to be, how the party's going to be at the beginning of Chapter 5, with just one exception, and that'll be on Uni. So Senna will change to Strategos,
Gotta keep you guys safe.
which she's already been in before, but now she wants to use Soaring Tempest.
Soaring Tempest!
And since we have all 3 Master Art slots, we'll put Mirror Trap in the Fusion slot. The idea being we'll pair our combo arts with our high cooldown arts as usual to make sure the AI doesn't waste these as much. And on this slot, we'll stick Multi-Blast. For skills, we got access to a couple different things. I'm going to go ahead and alphabetize these now. Take Healing License and Natural Selection for defensive purposes, plus Protector's Pride. And for the gem slot, a couple different things we could do. Basically, between Life Bearer and Ironclad, just for safety. We'll try out Life Bearer for now. And for accessories, let's see. We'll go ahead and take the Gust Bracelet for extra combo support here. Because we'll want a quick topple, which we don't really have in our party setup right now. Alex gets Analyze Weakness for her 3rd gem, which is pretty good for her. Noah is going to change to Medic Gunner, since he's done with Strategos now.
I can take care of support.
Swap things around again. We'll put Power Ring in the top slot once again. Stick that with Hornet. Group Heal can be paired with Spear Point Thrust, and we'll put Tri-Slash with Hornet. So, as usual, put our combo art with the high cooldown art to help the AI with that. Skills, Protector's Pride, Ultimate Qigong are fine, and then we're really just looking for a defensive thing. The best we've got is Evasion Expertise. And we'll pick Life Bearer again with a Devotional Necklace and our Plate Belt. On Mio, we're going with Lone Exile.
I'll keep us safe from harm.
He's taking over from Uni, basically. So, usual arts here. We want Gale Slash on top, then Demon Slayer, and then Soaring Tempest. We won't pair anything with Soaring Tempest, because we don't want the AI to waste the launch art. We want it to hold it for whenever the enemy is toppled. We'll go with Glow Ring and Wide Slash on the other 2 slots, though. They work pretty well. Glow Ring helps to guarantee that our one defender can hold aggro, which is something we still care about right now. We don't have enough tools available to really tank with our attackers yet. She gets Ultimate Qigong, as always, and we'll take Fighting Prowess, Protector's Pride, which we already have. Gems, I like Brimming Spirit on top. Looks nicer that way. Empowered combo for damage, and Tailwind for some extra survivability. We'll grab the Soldier Ring to extend launch duration, and a Jade Support for more evasion or agility. Uni, this will be like, I think the only time we ever have her in Flash Fencer. We already paid to raise it to rank 10. But Uni's going to be our smasher for the near future, so she'll get started on that now. For arts and Flash Fencer, she wants Hidden Thorn now. We're not going to be that worried about generating talent gauge, so we're not going to use Revolution Edge. And Hidden Thorn does more damage. Null Slash and Cross Impact. And paired with those, we want high damage art. Lustrous Spike is what we'll stick with Hidden Thorn for now. We'll replace that pretty soon. Well, she will never be back in this class, but you know what I mean. Aerial Slash and Wide Slash. So this is for evasion. Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, and Protector's Pride. Standard. Analyze Weakness, maximizing damage. Empowered Combo to maximize damage. And Swelling Blessing improves the strength of her own power charge, so it'll make power charged attacks slightly better. Then we've got the Silver Belt, and we'll take our White Wraps as well for extra damage to launched enemies. On Tyon, we're going to go with Cross Impact in the fusion slot. We'll take Critical Strike here and push Protector's Pride. For gems, we'll keep Double Strike and Accurate Grace. We are still running combo support, but along with that, we'll take Disperse Bloodlust. And for our accessory, we don't need the Analyzer Scope anymore, so we'll go with the White Belt, extra topple duration. Lance converts to Sword Fighter.
I can do that.
The reason why we want to train him in Sword Fighter is because we want him to unlock Shadow Eye for one of the classes he's going to be using in Chapter 5. So he's going to set up for that. We'll take Air Slash and Violent Flurry, Sword Strike, and Tri-Slash as before. So we're just going to take this set. We'll drop Edge Thrust for Shadow Eye, and we'll stick Spear Point Thrust on for a little bit of extra utility. Skills, we've got Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, and we'll tack on Protector's Pride. Analyze Weakness, Empowered Combo, Disperse Bloodlust. Steam Belt's fine, and the Chipped White Brooch is still fine as well. And that should be everyone. We've got Senna with her combos, Lance, Tyon, Flash Fencer Uni, Lone Exile Mio, and Noah. So we're a little thin on topple support. We've got the one topple on Tyon, and also on Senna. That's why we have Senna with the Gust bracelet, so she can topple instantly. But we have lots of breaks in the party between Noah and Ion and Lance and Alex, and a couple of launches as well. Yeah, a couple of launches as well. Okay, so onward to... Well, I guess I lied when I said that Jay is involved in the majority of the final boss fights, because technically he's not in the final boss fight for this chapter, but it feels like D&J is the final one. This next one is more or less a formality.
We've never been here before.
So in the briefing, we thought, based on the plans for the castle, that we would be going in this drainage channel.
Jump in this channel,
And
we'll pop out
as
the
Tyon
lake
was explaining, this should take us directly to the lake outside the castle, and we should escape. But at the end here, there is this fan in the way.
Great. We can't go on with this thing in the way.
Maybe this channel not connect to outside castle?
Weird. This wasn't on the map.
So where are we at right now?
Somewhere here in the mid-level? It's okay. If we go a bit further, we can get back in the channel.
Might as well then. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
And improvise.
I think so. It should take us to the channel's upper level.
Also, let's speculate. What in the world is this lift system for? Some kind of... I guess it's cargo transport, but... Okay, goods transport shaft. But... Again... Texture here. Why? Makes no sense. Why does it run through the drainage channel? Why is it not its own shaft protected from the drainage? What if you had the water splash over and get on your good? I don't understand.
Anyone feel like taking a break?
Get a chance to rest here. I'm not going to actually rest, but we'll check on our Collectopedia cards real quick. Oh, cool. We get the one that actually kind of matters. We can get an extra
If
plate
you
belt
want
from
the
Tanya
thing
here,
done right,
which we don't really need for our characters right now, but good to have.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
I think you heard me in a past stream say that Nipponic
Okay,
Champion is
we'll
the best
keep that
breaker, even
going.
against high break resist enemies. Is that true? Just because the frequency being tri-slash versus
I'm
ogre?
starting to think we might actually make it.
I believe actually the best breaker is Yumsmith, because it can have 3 break arts. And partly it's down to frequency, and also compared to Ogre, the AI doesn't tend to waste the break art nearly as much with either Nipponic Champion or Yumsmith. So in practice, it tends to be more dependable. If you're controlling them as a player, yeah, you can make an Ogre a very consistent
are
breaker.
you sure we're on the right path?
But in the AI's
Doesn't
hand,
this
it's
feel off?
not as good.
We followed the right route. According to Boliaris' data, we should be...
Everything here looks so sumptuous and lavish.
Wait. It's the right path, but we shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? Why shouldn't we?
I should have known.
Only need the other ones from Incursor.
This place. I saw an image of it in training.
Oh, shit, we gotta go.
Noah, is this where I think it is?
Yeah. The throne room.
This not just bad place. This worstest place. Heart of enemy base.
We haven't been noticed yet. Let's get out of here, now.
Good idea.
What are you doing? We have to go.
Noah, what are you playing at? Come on!
Is this?
Yeah. I barely remember it. But yeah.
Correct, Kalina, because tri-slash is not positional.
This is the place where we were born.
Spark. This is creepy. Were we ever like that?
My skin's crawling. Please, can we leave?
All those people. Do you think they're sleeping? Or maybe they're...
Wait, is that... It is her.
What?
Ethel!
Huh?
Big
That's
revelation.
crazy. How can it be Ethel?
Well, it sure looks like her. But this is definitely a first-termer.
No, it really is Ethel. From when we first met her.
Yeah,
So I think
no mistake.
maybe like the second or third
What do you
stream,
mean,
we
when
had a
you first
conversation
met?
about how
What in
the game doesn't
Spark?
officially tell
is
you that
this?
everyone starts their first term at
This is
roughly
what they
age
told
11
us,
or
right?
whatever, but I think that's more or less
That our
confirmed
lives are
here,
born
because they
from the
look at
Queen.
young Ethel and they're
You
like,
are as
okay, that
well.
looks like a first termer.
Huh?
So
Same for you
I think
guys.
they are meant to all start at age 11
We soldiers are
and
born
die
from
at
the
age
Queen.
20.
We fight.
Even if Boliaris looks like he's at least 30.
You return.
The Queen.
Melia.
That's the... Queen of Keves. Melia.
You have returned, my beloved soldiers.
Or I guess no. First term would be when you're 10. You
console.
die when you're 20. But
Ouroboros rabble. You dare to intrude on the presence of Her Majesty, Melia Antiqua.
There's a
I
golden
think first
console?
term is when you're
What?
0 years old, so to speak.
He's not like the other consuls we've met. Mio, be
They
careful.
count like they're Korean or something.
Mio,
Sorry.
what's wrong?
Nothing. Don't worry. I'm okay.
Huh?
I know him. But from where?
Mio is 10th term.
What is this sensation?
And everyone else in
I
the party
have
is
endeavored
9th.
For countless years, to protect and shelter Keves under my aegis. And now you seek to bring ruin to this world.
Except Alex, who is 5th.
This grieves me.
Come off it. How are we bringing ruin to anything?
You seek to deny it. Think. Upon your actions, have you, or have you not, destroyed Colony Flamecloth?
Yeah, end of your
We
10th, you
didn't
die.
have any choice.
No choice. Indeed. I assume then, you had no choice but to collude with our sworn enemy.
That's why you've been trying to wipe us out. Both us and Ethel's Colony 4.
Verily it is said, Ouroboros abhor this world. You must be erased, lest this world be destroyed.
We don't abhor anything. Do you realize how many battles we've fought and won for Keves? We've served you our whole lives, and now this bollocks!
Your Majesty, please!
You say you fight for Keves, that you've served us. Are you certain? Rather, it seems, you have been fighting for yourselves and none other. You cling to life in your desperation. That is why you have fought. Unchecked, Ouroboros will lead this world to ruin. Now, by my authority, you shall perish.
So, that's it. That's your verdict then? It is not Her Majesty's verdict. 'Tis the will of the world. It's what?
Indeed, the security of this world is paramount. Therefore, Ouroboros, the end is nigh, for you shall die by my hand. I, Melia and Chiqua, shall face you in mortal combat.
No escape! Come on now!
Owen, I had expected more from
Done
you.
more! Hold on!
I
I'll be
grant
right
no
there!
retreat.
No escape!
Well, didn't get a launch, sadly.
Owen, rend them asunder. I had expected more from you.
Yeah, we did.
Lang, you've got to stop being an
I
idiot!
grant no retreat.
Almost 100,000 damage from that. Not bad.
Eat this!
I will probably die.
Maybe I had expected
Yeah.
more from you. I grant no retreat.
I'm a little shaky.
Try all you like.
I'll help you.
How about this?
So as I mentioned, you can't get experience from this. You will, unlike most fights where you get cut off, the stopping point isn't halfway. It's basically like 5% of the Queen of Keves's HP, but it means we don't have to be particularly concerned about finishing with the chain attack or anything. We will use one just to make this very easy, very safe to get down to low HP once we charge up. But it doesn't really matter if we actually finish the battle on the chain attack or not.
Put the plan in motion.
Did get lucky enough to get Alex for the 3rd time in a row. So get the topple from Tyon and take that into. I suppose I could try to use Lance, but play it safe. Use Noah and then into Xandria.
Bye-bye now.
It won't work.
You're doomed now. Eat this.
Awesome music, by the way. I like the music in this fight too. I guess I didn't discuss the other, the benefit from Alex's chain order is that raises the entire party's crit rate by a certain percentage, 22 at this level. The chain order effects upgrade at increments of 10, I think, from level 1, 11, 21, 31, 41, and so on. I believe all the way up to 81 is the final upgrade. So anyway, it's worth 22 at this level, which is fairly significant impact. We'll take Tyon now. Just to use Alex into Tyon. Take the power charge, why not? So if we get Senna's order next, we should be in pretty good shape to get an amazing next round.
Check out what I've got in mind.
We can go for it with Noah too. Take the launch. I think actually, considering where we're at, I'll go with... Should I do Tyon? Doesn't really matter. I didn't have faith that he'd get to 101, but he did. How does the damage multiplier get increased? What's the metric? I forget the exact numbers, but there's like a base increase plus a certain range that's decided by a combination of chance. Like, well, it's decided by chance, but it's also weighted by whether you get a key pair. So if you use the designated partner of whoever's order you use, like if I take Uni's order, then if I use Tyon, or if I use a hero whose class Uni inherits, then I would increase the chance of getting the maximum extra bonus from that random range. But the base increase in the damage ratio from one round to the next is determined by the rating you get. So cool gives you less than Bravo, which gives you less than Amazing. Even without Smash, Sword Fighters do such great raw damage against bosses. It's nice to see. Individual TP points don't matter, only the rating. Yeah, the only thing that TP actually achieves for you is getting a higher rating. Like, it doesn't matter that Tyon has 101 TP for anything to do with his damage. I'm going to power charge again. So sometimes people mess that up when they're trying to figure out how to do a chain attack, and they get too focused on maximizing their TP at the expense of, you know, actually using the characters who can deal damage. I'm sure I've actually done something suboptimally because I just haven't really considered that properly myself. But yeah, the TP by themselves don't do anything other than help you get to higher ratings on your rounds.
You're in for it now.
Irrefutable proof that a half-high Antia can fly right here.
How about this?
Seems like you need a tremendous assist from people with magic or Boros fusion powers too to make it really stick. I forgot to use the buff art. Well, I didn't have a buff art. Never mind. On Noah.
Any last words? Gonna walk all over you. You know the drill.
You can count on
I wonder
me.
if this will actually be enough to drop to the end of battle trigger. Maybe? I think we'd actually need to do a little bit more damage. And we actually don't really want to... Yeah, that'll be enough. We don't want the party to keep fighting Queen of Keves because we don't want to topple or like combo lock her and make the battle last longer. Just let her use... Okay, I guess I do have to fight a little bit more. Okay, yeah. Once she uses ether protection, the fight will be over. So anyway, I was using follow tactics to make the party stop attacking.
Stopping our attacks in their tracks. Sorry. Lost my focus. How's Sana?
In cutscenes, they really do make it look like Tactician is a defender class, and that Zephyr must be a healer or something. So,
but we have to. Even so, Noah.
But I don't think they ever really considered that in gameplay purposes. It seems fairly clear to me that Tactician was designed as a healer and Zephyr was designed as a defender. Even though Twin Rings were a healer weapon in Xenoblade 2. It's just very funny to see the difference between Mondo and cutscenes versus gameplay. Oh no. We destroyed her face.
Her Majesty is a...
She's a Terminator.
Machine.
Spark off.
Are you serious? Was that your doing, Queen? You haven't given up your false hope. Very well. By all means.
I guess there were never any Terminators with
Witness how
magenta
hot your
eyes,
heart
though.
rings as I slice it all to ribbons.
There was one with blue eyes, kind of. Real heads now.
What? Again? Blast it! Why does he make my head hurt?
Noah, what's wrong? We're not done yet. Take up your blade.
What's going on? Are you okay?
It is fate.
Huh?
Fate? Many have tried, but none have ever managed to escape its flow.
Wait, that sword. How does he...
What now?
Lord High Consul! The lost numbers are attacking!
The lost numbers?
Remember these vehicles from Chapter 1?
Wait, those Levnesses.
Yeah, we've seen one before. Gotta be!
Noah, let's book it.
Yes, they won't be attacking the colony now. There's no point in our being here anymore.
You're right. Still. Noah!
Poor golden console stuck in an extremely localized fire. Looks around. No fire anywhere else other than right at his feet. And it's
the
gone.
passage of fate. How easily it slips from my grasp. Yet, perhaps, it will come within reach once more.
And if it does, what will you do then?
Need you ask? I will give us equilibrium. A time unchanging. Our eternity.
I think this is the first... Do I remember correctly? This is the first time you see N unmasked, or M unmasked. And I think that's like... If you don't finally get it by this point, that's when it becomes really obvious that they're just old Noah and Mio somehow. Anyway, that's the end of chapter 4. Never mind what's going on down below.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
And I think for the first time, we're not stopping the stream at the end of the chapter.
Time bears down on us without mercy. How should we live the days that we have left? What should we spend them on? We saw one possible answer to those questions. But we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort.
I thought this was the first time that M showed up.
It was the only path that was
She
offered to
appears
us.
in shadow in some earlier
Should all be free to
cutscenes
choose
with
our own way. That's our belief.
Mobius.
That's why we fight.
All right, chat. We have to gird ourselves for like 2 hours of cutscenes now. Pretty interesting ones, though. So this cutscene is meant to establish that this chapter is
something or not?
the one that focuses most on Senna.
If you ain't gonna swing it at one of the
A lot of people think Senna's story is the weakest of all the main characters in this game, and I don't disagree. But part of what makes it feel
This looks more your style.
weaker is that her story is very much about, comparing herself to others, and then seeing
Totally. Right.
how Mio and other influences in Senna's life have helped her shape her and taken her down a path that ended up being good, but she could easily have gone in a different direction. So a lot of what we'll see from her is about, drawing parallels between Senna and certain other characters in this chapter.
She beat 5 8-termers in a row.
Mio, eh? She that off-seer?
Yeah, she should be the one heading to the front lines, not us.
And obviously Senna's the best character because she's American. That goes without saying.
Nice one, Mimi! That was awesome! Poor 8th-termers. You mopped the floor with them.
Thank you, Senna. Hang on. Where's Miyabi?
Oh, Miyabi? The commander and consult wanted to see her in command.
Oh, okay.
Is that a Stanley Cup? Where?
Hey, fancy a bite?
sure.
Oh, you mean like
I'm
a
bit
Stanley Cup as
peckish.
in the Stanley brand
It's a
cups?
bit
I was
early,
thinking
suppose.
No, I'm ready
the
if
only
you
Stanley Cup that matters.
Huh? I was under the impression that you didn't like fish.
Huh? Ah, that is true. But can't be too picky. My muscles need protein, you know?
Hey, Senna. There's no need for this.
Huh?
Just be yourself. You know you don't have to do what I do, right?
No, that's not...
Senna.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know,
Come on.
Senna.
You say that too often.
Really big on the
nothing to
bodybuilding, but
apologize
you are
for,
still kind of scrawny.
Okay.
So I'd recommend just eating more.
Eat
I mean,
what
I
you
assume
enjoy.
fire
Never stop
blade
being you.
biology is
Okay?
similar to human biology. Need to bulk up. Maybe all her extra calories just go into feeding her fire hair more. She literally burns it off.
I think that should be far enough.
Senna's like Etier from Engage.
Did I?
So true. All
Did that out
strength,
there?
no accuracy. I guess
What
her
was that?
speed is fine though.
Huh? What's that? did I say something?
I mean,
To be honest, I don't remember
you just
what
said something about
Etier's
doing good or whatever.
dexterity is like.
That's funny. Must have just slipped out.
You seem so lonely.
Huh?
At training, in camp, at night. She's always got friends right by her. But why does it seem like she's all alone? How come?
Oh yeah,
So that's
you're
the
right,
way you see
Solomon.
me,
Yeah,
huh?
the con is a big
A
difference.
loner?
Senna.
I was hoping more plucky heroine girl or one-track musclehead. That's more what I kind of shoot for.
Senna's actually faster wielding that giant
Oh,
hammer
no,
than
you
everyone
don't.
else in the party,
I
so
think you're just being nosy.
he must have great con.
Senna, please.
I'm fine. Really. Don't worry about me.
Senna doesn't have abs though. Does Etier? I thought Etier famously didn't either for some reason. Anyway, we reflect on how lucky we were to get out of the castle. I wish they'd actually shown us or let us go through the escape route, because eventually when you go back to Keves Castle later in the game, you can find the waterway that our characters have ostensibly actually used to escape from the throne room, and it's kind of fun, but it's mostly pointless. And I think they should have just had us start the chapter doing that, and then you would land on the where that waterfall is coming out, and then take a zip line down here. I don't really know why they bothered to set it up so that you just teleport down here in the cutscene. Anyhow, we're here at Ecdaso Verge on the east side of Cyber Hovering Reef, so this is one of several points in the game. Though I think maybe I mean, not that many, where there is no diegetic way to get back where you were. You can teleport, but like within the story, you don't have access to any transports or anything. There's no way to cross back across the bridge or through the castle. So in universe, there shouldn't be any way to go but forward. We'll explore around here just a little bit. There's an origin shard down here.
These are lying around everywhere.
Then if we sneak behind this Centurus over here, we can send off a bunch of husks on this bridge.
Such is the officer's duty.
Be at rest.
How was uni so fast? I'm cheating a little bit. Using a cheat that gives me triple speed when I hold down Y.
There's a fort up ahead and security's tight. We don't want to get too close.
No reason to go back to the castle anyway. Let's head for Sword March.
We can't leave it like this.
So even if you were to go across this bridge and take out this unique monster guarding the gate, who is like level 68 or something like that, 64, the gate is locked, so there's no way through. Does it work on the boat? No. Is that Doric's cousin? Yes, that one is. Why did they give the canonical bodybuilding fanatic like the lowest base con possible? Well, it's kind of a joke in the story, right? That Alfred and Etienne are really into bodybuilding, but actually have no idea how to do it properly. And meanwhile, Boucheron just has like the right genes for it and just outclasses them easily. Etienne and Alfred really both ought to eat more. More than Senna. Gonna sneak around the rest of these Wolves.
Up ahead is the Cadencia region. We'll be at the base of the Great Sword before too long.
Finally.
There are some fun new creatures around here. We got these Balguses, but we won't fight any of them for a little while.
It'd be rude not to.
Rain, I'd better send them off.
In general, yeah, my main complaint about the unit design and Engage, that like I think it's a really, really cool concept that the thing that gates a lot of the early game units is that there's only a very limited number of Master Seals that you get for a while. So I think it's awesome that you could theoretically have a bunch of great early units, but you have to choose which ones actually get to, you know, continue leveling up, and the ones that you don't promote will tend to just fall behind. I think that's really cool. Makes really neat dynamic, but they kind of failed by making the late units too good and making the early units not good enough to train. Because if all the early units had really good growths and like decent base stats, and you got something awesome out of training each of them, but you could only train a limited number, and the rest of them got roadblocked, that would be a great dynamic and would encourage a lot of different replays. But really, it's like there are 2 early units who are really good, and the rest are just whatever. So it doesn't really feel like a legitimate decision you have to make.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Do you think this city thing's really real?
I'm starting to get
Problem is open reclassing. I mean, you could design units in a way that wouldn't be a problem, but they clearly didn't do that. Basically, every decision about unit balance and engage can be explained by the fact, if you assume that the developers just didn't account for reclassing at all. Septi's talked a lot about this. But then they went and made reclassing stupidly easy, and didn't even account for things like branching promotions, where
Let me check.
Like,
It appears we can pass through.
the different stats between the Flame Lance and the Levin Sword, for example, might make sense in a world where someone like Chloe could only become a Lance Falcon Knight, whatever they call it. Was it Falcon Knight? I think they call it that.
Well, we've been found.
But no, she can promote to, despite being a Lance Flyer, she can promote to Sword Falcon Knight. So, just like, you just pick that.
Come to you.
And she becomes 10 times better than she would be with the Flame Lance. It just ends up being really dumb.
Is this like a rare thing?
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
So it was important to be at level 40 now because we're about to technically get our first hero, although we won't finish our next hero, rather. We won't get our hero quest for a little while till after we do a bunch of cutscenes, but her level is set right now. We've been trying to make it so that we
Well, aren't you a ginormous spark?
get our heroes exactly at the same
Whoa.
experience
Where's the
point
top?
as everyone else
We
in the
finally
party.
made it, huh?
Quite.
Let's get to the base of the sword. Guernica told us to come here. There has to be something.
Be on your guard, yeah? Because we've really been pushing our luck lately.
Whoa, that's one for the books.
Shut up.
Lance is right, though. Keep your eyes peeled. I wonder what's around here.
4 dead Leftherian Titans, yeah.
What's wrong? Mio?
They don't make it super obvious that
I
this
hear
is
a strange sound.
partly Leftheria.
Sound?
I mean, it is, but you have to look up to really notice in this area.
What is that noise?
Something's wrong here. Noah!
Because certainly there was no swamp in Leftheria. That's not from Xenoblade 2.
What the? Who are they?
Those Levnesses. They're the ones that attacked the castle.
Yes, no question.
Which means...
Sheathe your weapons. We're not looking for a fight.
What the?
We are the Lost Numbers, sworn enemies of Mobius.
What?
There are others standing against Mobius.
The name's Monica. Monica Vanden. The man who entrusted Ouroboros to you. I'm his daughter.
Daughter?
You know Guernica?
You're headed for the city, ain't ya?
How do you...
That's our base of operations. Come on.
What?
Shania, take point.
Yeah, all right. Oh. Stay close.
Shanoia. We get some cool accessories. Hooray! They didn't animate putting them on, though. Not enough in the budget for that. Monica is our prisoner. Yeah. Monica has temporarily joined the party. So let's look at our new hero. This is Monica Physics Van Dam. She has a smash art, which is a really big deal because this class, Lost Vanguard, does actually offer this as a master art. However, Monica's terrible at using it because her class has absolutely nothing to increase the damage she deals. It's got a spike damage effect, and the damage absorption aura, and an extra chain attack TP bonus, and another spike effect. So this is not a spike, it's a counter knockback thing, which is fine. But yeah, Lost Vanguard has no damage boosting effects in its skill set whatsoever. And Geobreaker has a really bad power multiplier. Good cooldown, but bad power multiplier. So you think a smash has a really big damage burst, but when Monica uses it, it is pathetic. So we won't have her use Geobreaker at all. We're going to stick Lightning Strike on and Shockwave, and then leave her with Bolt Flinger, which has some utility. It's another Armor Veil field, similar to what our Thaumaturs have been using. So basically, yeah, we just give Monica 2 damaging arts and an Armor Veil field and call it a day. We'll talk more about the class once we actually inherit it, which will be in a little while. We'll try to follow Shania and not get into any combat. Don't want to miss out on some of the dialogue we can get, but I do have to dodge the Ardens and Ferrises on the way up. We'll see how that goes. As usual, you can just totally ignore the escort part of the quest and just go straight to where we're headed at the base of the sword. It's true for all main story and hero quests. Also got these Lukas, which are variants of Caterpiles, but they are aggressive.
Enemies! I'll hold them off!
So I have to dodge them too.
Whoa, visitors!
Monica, can I ask you something?
Shall we deal with
I just want to hear the dialogue game. Please stop attacking me.
Monica, can I ask you something?
Just keep following Shania, will you? We'll talk more later.
Well, that was profound. Hello.
something so valuable here?
Hello, cats. Dogs. Something. I think they're cats. They look like lions.
Oops, they found us.
You just ignore Mecha Friend? Yeah, absolutely. I'll come back for that Ether channel later. Shania, where did you go? Ah, whatever.
Huh? This is new.
Don't worry, Shania caught up. Good thing no one else ever bothered to check for a secret button somewhere.
Contraption. No wonder nobody's ever found it.
You'd better save some of that surprise.
Better not spill any of this.
Yeah, even gameplay doesn't treat Shania nicely. Yeah, you can just ignore her. Typical.
Good thing we found this.
Yeah, there's nothing under here.
Wow. This place was inside the Great Sword.
You have a
all
favorite
along?
affinity chart NPC?
Save a bit
No.
of surprise, I said.
The boring answer, but no, not really.
What kind of place is this?
I don't pay that much attention to the affinity chart, to be honest.
So Guernica, that's that wrinkly guy. Back then.
It must be so funny to hear strangers call your dad that wrinkly guy.
You said you were his daughter. What's that mean?
I completely forgot. You don't understand the concept of parenthood. I'll explain later.
Later, meaning in the city?
That's where the elevator's taking us. You'll be needing those eye patches now.
And what for?
Those put a spanner in Mobius's recon.
Mobius's?
When you become Ouroboros, your irises change. And they start emitting a weak radio signal. And so, we're blocking that signal.
With these things? What about yours? Are you Ouroboros too?
We'll go with that.
Sorry?
You see, we're bound by Ouroboros blood.
Just what are you?
If only Monica could use some Ouroboros powers herself.
We're so high up!
What a view! I've never seen anything like it.
Certainly takes your breath away.
Takes my breath away how low poly those islands are from here. Monica interlinked with Gondor. Wouldn't that be cute?
Later? Come on.
I think we'll discover. I don't know if it's made explicit anywhere other than the heroes menu, but we'll discover later that Monica did a different kind of interlinking at a pretty early age.
Check it out. Bennett's digging up ore.
Okay. Gotta follow Shania some more.
Castle's got nothing
We
on
stick
this
right by
to
that
see in
bird's
height.
feet.
You're telling me.
He doesn't
Just
see
looking
us, which is
down
fun.
makes me feel faint. My head kind of hurts.
Ah, yeah. That happens when you gain altitude fast. Don't worry, it'll subside. We're getting the eyeball from something nasty.
Was the age gap like 1535 or something? 15 years apart.
Entrance is up ahead.
Actually, now I'm curious. Is it on the heroes menu? No, I guess it must be the affinity chart. And we don't have the city yet. Okay. Why everybody got an eye patch? Well, they just explained because Mobius can track the radio signal that comes out of your irises if you don't block it. So I guess it only emits forward through the eyes or something. On the affinity chart now. Welcome to the city, which actually kind of manages to look like settlement.
This is the city.
I mean, it's still far too small.
It sure took us long enough. We shouldn't relax just yet, though.
Why the spark not?
We don't even know if they're really our allies yet. We can't get complacent.
Still on guard, huh?
Unlike some of you daydreamers, yes.
I'd like to believe them. Their eyes, they look the same as his.
They said they opposed Mobius, didn't they? It should be okay then, to trust them.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Gotcha.
Bloody Sparks. Why do I bother?
Thank you, Tyon, for looking out for us.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I'll follow your lead. But please, stay vigilant.
Of course we will.
It's bigger than half a dozen colonies.
Are there really so many people? This is beyond anything we could have imagined.
A quick detour down here to get this container.
It'd be rude not to.
This has got to be worth a bunch. These are lying around everywhere.
Let's see. TLNT was asking what's the level for Masha. The recommended level for her quest is 43, I believe. We'll be doing it a little bit earlier than that.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros, yeah. So they're Ouroboros?
And they're from Keves and Agnes.
But they're just a bunch of kids. Watch yourselves. There could be secret spies. It's over. This place will be a war zone.
They're all whispering about us.
I feel we're not exactly welcome here.
Uninvited guests, one might say.
They're the ones who led us here.
Oh, hey! Doesn't she look similar to the Mobius we fought at Colony 4?
It's true. Wrinkly prune faces abound here.
Manana spy tiny people too! It's whole undiscovered race!
No. They must be humans just like us.
It's funny because Riku absolutely knows
So
what's
you're
going on here.
Ouroboros, eh? Huh?
You've got what, 1 or 2 years left? Some hope you are.
Don't know why Van Dam wasted that power on you. What was he thinking?
What's your problem? Mind your manners.
Let me introduce you. These were our Ouroboros candidates. They trained relentlessly to fight against Mobius. Each and every one of them. That includes Shania there.
Candidates?
You happy that you stole Ouroboros from us?
All right, that's enough. Whatever the reason, the old man did choose them. To be fair, they have gone against quite a few Mobius already. They're the real thing, all right. You heard Shania's reports.
What reports?
I had her monitor your actions with extreme scrutiny. All the way from the valley.
Huh?
Since way back then?
Together, we are united.
They don't
in
look
our
like main
cause.
characters. So they got a redhead, so that counts for something.
All right then.
Wait, was one of those Rosanna?
Please, it's not their fault. They're not a bad lot, really.
That's easy for you to say.
Well,
Or just someone who looks an awful lot like her.
Always nice to see a new face.
I'll introduce you to them another time.
All right.
Good talk.
Always nice to see a new face.
Pick up a couple more waypoints here. We got Michiba Canteen.
Smells good. How about we grab something?
And we'll go ahead and order their food. This is unfortunately an experience boosting food, so if it doesn't wear off, and it probably won't by the time we want to get rid of it. We'll have to replace it with something else, but that's
Thanks
fine.
ever so much.
Ooh, a new recipe. Can't wait.
All right, everyone. Time
Always
to head
nice
out.
to see a new face. Huh. Would you believe it?
You said that you were monitoring us earlier. So is that why you stormed the castle?
After the Ouroboros stone activated, Shania relayed the info straight back to us. So I'd been looking for a chance to contact you.
Oh, really?
We reckoned that you would just head straight here. What we did not expect was for you to dive straight into the heart of the enemy's base.
And yet, knowing that
Flipping out.
Ouroboros
Your
was there,
actions were so reckless.
she did not
I
bother
started
to,
wonder if our
pick them up
saviors
with one of the
were just a bunch
transports
of raving lunatics.
until after they escaped from the
It kind
castle.
of looked that way.
That's a little too harsh.
Sorry, poor choice of words. How about hotheads?
Yeah, that's not a lot better.
Still, it helped us complete one of our primary objectives. Securing a number of growth modules.
What are those?
I'll show you.
Is it something with
You'll
YouTube? The
find it
game
quite
feels smoother than
interesting.
in my Switch.
It's the very
No, it's not
reason
something
why
with
we
YouTube.
fight.
It is something with my Nintendo PC.
Huh. Would you believe it?
Affinity chart. City. Monica, age 33. Daughter of Guernica, who's dead. R.I.P. Yeah, Shania's age 18, just for reference. So I have a question for you guys. How do you think the name of this location is pronounced? Mixine?
Huh.
Tech Quarter?
Would you believe it?
I don't think my English-speaking brain is equipped to handle an M and an X in sequence at the beginning of a word. What does that even mean?
Now I know how you guys felt in Colony 4.
Right? At least they warmed up to us eventually. Maybe it'll be the same here.
Monica looks at least 40. I don't think she does, actually.
An eye on us. Did you notice, Mimi? No. She didn't so much as make my ears twitch.
We're now more or less above the sword's hilt guard. Even this place was once ravaged by war. By Keves and Agnes.
Has the war really spread this far?
There's even more. More husks underneath.
Tion's supposed to be looking at Uni's hands there, but the framing of that shot is very funny.
Thanks.
This right here is what the world is really like. Designed to keep us shackled.
Keep us shackled?
Hey, Noah. You know that pile of husks earlier? You aren't thinking about
That
sending
one we
those
saw
on,
10
are
seconds
you?
ago?
I think that would be asking a bit too... Oh. Actually...
Oh, man. Didn't realize I would trigger the cutscene already.
Aren't those...
Cradles.
Your so-called cradles are the growth modules that birthed you. You were conscripted from birth, trained to kill one another ruthlessly and steal each other's life.
Hey, that's like what Noah said at the
That
beginning of the
life
game.
energy pours into the flame clocks, becoming the fuel that feeds Mobius. In order for Mobius to exist, they must continue to claim life energy. And these cradles right here, they're used to recycle your lives.
Ethel.
Yeah. You live your lives in servitude so that Mobius can exist. And even in death, there's no release. You'll just keep getting recycled.
No way.
There's your shackles. Soldiers bound by Mobius's shackles are destined only for mutual destruction. Those who lose their lives in battle, they're reborn anew. They wake from a castle cradle, a blank slate without a scrap of their former memories.
Wait, then that husk I saw.
But if we keep your lives bound to the bodies, as we're doing here, they're of no use to them. This way, we can whittle away at their power.
So you've been doing this over and over again, then?
That's right. You don't want to know for how long, believe me. And yet, the price we pay to take down just a handful of Mobius is immeasurable. The city's residents, we're all descendants of the first Ouroboros.
The first Ouroboros?
What's a descendant?
Right. That's not
Always
a word
funny
you'd have
when
any
they
use
just-
for either, I suppose.
Yeah,
Better to see
questions
for
like that.
yourselves. Come, I'll show you.
But hey, next cutscene, we get one of the more famous scenes in this game. Morning toast, Norway. Is that meant to imitate Like the Australian accent? Or was that for like uni? Anyway, yeah, you have to duck back in here to get the landmark for the module warehouse. Kind of weird.
So we're born to fight, and then we die. Over and over and over.
I can hardly believe it, but it was Ethel, without a doubt.
Off to the south end of the city. None of the non-Ouroboros had surviving kids like N and M did. Generally, no. Because all the colonies have
Where are we?
libido suppressant technology.
This is a maternity ward.
And that's why,
Maternity?
even though they're filled with a bunch of teenagers, like in
Doctor,
chapter 1, you
may
had
I?
co-ed showers with absolutely nothing sexual at all. But then at the end of chapter 1, when the Ouroboros gang are freed, suddenly the men are embarrassed about changing clothes in front of the women, which feels like an odd way to represent that transition to me, honestly. I feel like just because you start,
Come.
you know, activating your instincts as a teenager, that wouldn't automatically make you embarrassed about nakedness without anything cultural around that. But anyway, it's a maternity ward. And a baby. My God. The faces on all of them. It's so good. There's still that Colony Iota guy that flirts with girls, though. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird one. I don't think that's meant to be, like, sexual harassment as such. As it is just harassment.
It's so small.
It's a little person.
It's so teensy tiny, but it moves.
What about Kite? He gets liberated. He's been liberated.
It's okay to touch her.
Which
Gently
now makes me think about what must be going on all those colonies we've already freed.
She's so warm.
Place one finger in her palm.
It's the flame clock, not Ouroboros. I think so.
Hey, Sana! Look at this! You need to try it too!
Oh.
I think in the DLC, well, like, there's like a period between
You're
when.
right. Mimi, it's incredible.
Well, actually, do
Let me have a turn.
Glimmer and Nickel get Ouroboros when they're freed? I guess they do.
This is incredible, Senna.
Funny, right?
Wonder what Noah and Mia are trying to share with that
But
look.
this is human beings' true nature. If you want the ins and outs, go and ask the doctor.
All right then, lads and lasses. Who wants to know how babies are made?
Hands in the air, everyone.
Well, you're in for a surprise. Buckle up.
Imagine if they actually did, like in this game, they actually gave a presentation about that and didn't just skip it. Wouldn't that be something? Instant M rating. Your parents never gave you the talk morning toast? Funny thing about that for me was like, my parents were like fairly forthright about that stuff, I guess, but I never really got the like a lecture or demonstration or anything from my parents about stuff like safe sex. They did for my sister, but not for me. Which is very funny to me.
This is how it should be. This is human nature. We are born defenseless, grow up. Then those who find a spouse create new life together, age, then return to the earth. Thank you. I mean it.
In my school, we had the classic abstinence-only education program. So we got to see, like, the Miracle of Life video. But other than that, it was... And like, the pamphlets about, you know, like, anatomical diagrams. But otherwise, it was like... If you have sex before marriage, you will fucking die.
Monica, what was that word you used? Spouse?
A partner in romance. The feeling of having someone very precious to you. That'd be one way of putting it.
Much sex ed, but explained with food. What I've never learned is, like...
You'll understand too someday.
The birds and the bees metaphor. I actually don't know what the metaphor is. I've never heard the talk in terms of birds and bees. I don't know how that works.
Or it might be that you already do.
Aww. Everyone sees it. Monica's known these kids for like 20 minutes. And already, it's so obvious. It reminds me of like my experience with my high school girlfriend, where I think everyone around us knew we were going to be dating each other before we did.
Tyon, look.
It looks the same as the one before.
Who are they?
The first Ouroboros. The founders, we call them.
The first Ouroboros?
That one. She looks a bit like Mimi.
Look at this. He's got Noah's chin.
And the others don't look like anyone.
Tell us about them.
Long, long ago, they gained the power of Ouroboros. It let them match Mobius blow for blow. The city folk you see here, we're all descended from them.
Bound by their blood?
It was the Queens, so they say. Keves and Agnes. Their powers united created Ouroboros. Ouroboros are the only ones that can take down a Mobius. Although, there can only be 6 Ouroboros alive at one time. By activating the stone's cage here, those with aptitude can become Ouroboros.
How do we square that with the fact that Monica showed us the Ouroboros
Only
iris?
6? Why so few of them?
I get it. That's why they got so upset.
Oh, thank you for sharing with the class,
Finally
alleged
clicked.
hero.
There's only so many seats and stones. The one that my father was moving, it took a long time to be found.
So the point is what? It's good for the bees to go flying around all the
Finally getting
flowers,
the
or they
gist
want
of this
to?
whole Ouroboros deal.
'Cause I feel like the metaphor gets
But the
messed up when you
queens?
realize that the flowers really, really want bees
Not
to
those
come by.
sham figureheads in the castles. The real queens.
Yes, real queens. I knew that soulless piece of clockwork junk wasn't the real deal.
Does that mean our queen is false too?
We're still trying to pinpoint the true queens. They're out there somewhere, sleeping.
What for?
Why else? To take our world back from Mobius and set things to rights. The true queens will help us there.
Hang on a bleeding second. Ouroboros were born, like, generations ago, right? But you said the queens are sleeping. Are they humans who can even live that long?
Now that I don't know too much about.
Then what do you know?
Well, the legend goes that both of the queens, their lifespans are supposed to be incomparably longer than ours.
And you're pinning your hopes on that?
At the moment, that's about all we can do.
I think the DLC makes it pretty explicit that
All right. So, when the
the
world is
queens
back to
are in a
rights,
certain category of
The people you've seen
existence where
here,
they
the
actually
way
don't
live their
age.
lives,
Or they
could be
experience
everyone.
time in the same
babies, children,
span that all of
adults,
Ionios
the old,
actually encompasses,
they're
which is
all
like
a
an
part
instant.
of nature's cycle.
And that would go for us too.
There'll be more to life than just fighting to survive. We'll weave the tale that we were always meant to tell.
But that may be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
10 years? You kids deserve better. The only thing that can change all this is the will of Ouroboros. You kids, and you alone.
Though, some of us around here still ain't too keen on
Would have
the
been
idea.
great if
What?
So, those people from before.
the
They're
DLC
happy living in the
heroes
moment.
or DLC
As long as
characters
they can
had
hide away and cover
bent the
their
rules a
eyes,
little bit more at
they
the
don't
end
give a damn about the rest.
and done
So our lives mean
lifespan
nothing to
extension for a little bit
If
more
they
than
can't
what
see
they
or
did.
hear
But
you,
oh well.
then as far as they're concerned, you don't even exist.
Am I going to continue this playthrough
Closing their
into the
eyes
DLC? I haven't really decided how I want to approach that.
A lot of folks here think
Like
that
in terms
way.
of what I'm presenting with like the
But
the
that's-
classes and stuff, that's like wholly
That's just like
inapplicable to the
Mobius.
DLC.
Then the only difference is
I don't know if I'd have a
whether or
lot
not they
to
benefit directly.
really
You catch
add
on quick. I can see why my dad
in terms
chose
of
you
game
guys.
mechanics knowledge by showing off the DLC, but it is a pretty cool
But
story
the will
that's
of
fun.
the founders, it
So I
lives
don't know.
on in us warriors. Mobius can't reign forever. If we can continue freeing young folk like you, maybe life can get back to how it should be. That would be best for all of us.
For sure. I'm with you. I think we'd have to be lunatics not to believe you, after what you've shown us.
I believe it too.
I wish the reward
Seeing
for the
how you
main
live
game
your
could have shared
lives,
their classes.
It made me feel
And
really
it would have been
envious.
fun to have an Agnian launch art.
Part of
That would be
nature's
pretty
cycle.
sick.
We need to protect that.
I agree. It was so precious.
We're almost through the cutscenes, except for like, I don't know, 5 more or something. But now we've learned that Mobius really is orchestrating both sides, so combine the warning level. It's mostly a meaningless mechanic. Once again, we have to duck back where we just were to get the landmark for it. We can also read the inscriptions on all these statues later. Weird that you can only do that after you advance the story a little bit.
Man, I think I need some time to process all this.
Keldeo, you wonder if anyone watching hasn't played the game? I think someone in chat, not on this stream, but on a previous stream, said they were just watching along and had never played it. I like how FR tied exploration with unlocking new character upgrades. I don't think the in the longer full game, I don't think that unlock mechanic would have worked very well. I don't think it would be very well balanced, but I've spoken before that I think the way you, especially with accessories, the way you unlock slots in the main game is just way too slow. And frankly, I think it would have been best if you just had all 3 accessory slots from the beginning. How long until these cutscenes are over? Like I said, pretty cutscene heavy section of the game. We're almost through this segment though, so we'll have to rest at the dormitories, and then I believe there's like a voice cutscene for that. And then we'll go to Monica for a briefing, and then we'll do some exploration around the city, and then we'll do Monica's quest, which will have a couple more cutscenes, and about then we'll be ready to do some fighting again.
N, you say?
You know him?
I know of him, definitely. He's been a real thorn in the city's side.
Sounds
This
right.
is the exposition dump phase of the
He
game.
slaughtered many of my people in cold blood.
Huh.
Why bring him up?
Well, no reason.
Hmm?
What's wrong? Is it something Monica said? Is there a problem?
No. Don't worry about it. It's just a passing thought.
Yeah? Oh, I got some news earlier. We're not sleeping in tomorrow. Our briefing starts early. Get some rest while you can.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Night.
2 has the very loose class system based on the blade rules. I think they could have... I mean, I know 2 has too many mechanics for its own good, but I think that it could have stood to have more elaboration in their class system, because that was really not a good implementation, in my opinion. Yeah, take the lift down by Praetorian Hill. Okay, we heard it first time. And, well, we're almost done with this. We'll duck back inside here. We can open this side room for a container.
It'd be rude not to.
This was a nice find.
And outside, we'll swing by this campsite, which is kind of easy to miss. I remember my first playthrough, I didn't discover where this was, and then I got some quest that prompted me to go here, and I had no idea that there was a campsite or how to get to it. We'll try to talk to people on the way over to the war room, as usual. Get the affinity.
What's that?
I think we can take that elevator down to the war room.
Been a while since my last war council. Hope this isn't one of the boring ones.
Push this thing here and...
Off we go.
If it were me, I don't know if I would like having my tiny war room like down here past an elevator. Good for security, though, I guess. But if it were a real emergency and you had to like cram in an elevator to get down here, that seems inconvenient.
Castle, huh? Seems we won't be catching a break anytime soon.
So this person who knows where the true queens are... who was it again?
You're looking for Gondor.
Keldio, elaborate on that. How do you think the progression is similar between
We've
this
just
and
got to find this
Engage?
Gondor, break him out of the prison camp and get the spark out of there.
Luckily, they don't kill us immediately after we've been captured. We're held beneath the castle, in a detention facility.
To perform forced labor?
There's that as well. But mostly, it's to set an example.
Example?
On the day of an eclipse, once a year, they hold a mass execution of prisoners at Hope's Rest, a hill on the castle's south edge. The whole event gets projected, high into the sky.
So true, Morning Toast. Can't believe I didn't think of that.
Oh no. So that's what you meant.
It's to show us we're powerless.
And the place they do this is Hope's Rest. What kind of sick joke is that?
The next eclipse falls about a month
The
from
tweaks
now.
they made to combat and Future Redeemed
So
do lead
that's
to a
our
more
deadline
focused
for
overall
what we've
experience.
gotta do.
I think my one major complaint about Future Redeemed's combat is that
A month.
there is so once you figure out the setup, there is so clearly one best way to win all the hard fights.
Yeah.
Like way more so than
We
the
better
base
hurry.
game, which is kind of surprising.
Can't waste a single day.
Let's say we make it in without a hitch. Won't the you-know-what give us away?
And like
You need... I don't
basically
think we
nothing
do
in Future
know.
Redeemed battles
glowing
matters
eyes
besides getting into the chain attack.
Oh,
Which, as much as people say that about
Those eye
Xenoblade
patches I
3
gave you?
main game, that is not
There's a
really
special
true,
alloy
and I'm
embedded
hoping
in
to
it.
demonstrate that
Long as you got that, you'll be near invisible. Slip clean under their noses.
by not using chain attacks that much for the
But
rest of the
after
game.
we've got the info, how do we get out?
You've put the Keves annihilator out of commission. I'm sure you'll think of something.
Even if we get out, what about your lot?
You don't need to worry about them. They knew the risk.
That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, well, that's how we do things.
But still,
I'll tell you too. Be prepared to make sacrifices.
All right. However, only as our absolute last resort. Is that fair?
That's awfully kind of you. But kind doesn't win wars. There's a Nopon called Samon in engineering. He'll be able to find you a way into the castle. Get the details from him.
Okay, go down the lift from the sword, or in the sword, to get to Samon. And we're going to be left to our own devices, which means we will now get to explore the rest of the city. Yeah, so that's the woman on the right with the ponytail. I guess that's not Rosanna, but she looks like she could be her daughter or something. I think that's the name, right? Gray's wife. Is it boat time? Kind of, but not really yet. First off, to explore the city, we can get info about Monica and Granica here. This is another thing where, so this leads to the hero quest for Monica, and you're meant to be able to do it immediately, basically. But when on my first playthrough, because of this game's memory leak issue, it wasn't loading the NPCs who gave this conversation, so I did not find that quest until like, I don't know, chapter 7, and was just totally without Smash capabilities from Monica's class for a long time. It made things kind of a struggle.
Huh? Oh, looks like we can go on from here.
She does have more red hair, that's true. Okay.
Huh? Hey, did you guys hear something?
You don't think you got a single smash until chapter 6? I'm sure I got one in chapter 3, my first playthrough. But yeah, totally missed out on it for a while. Made chapter 5 harder than it had to be, for sure. Climbed up this way first to go get the waypoint at the Masha lookout.
Come to uni.
Isn't this valuable?
These are lying around.
It's not terribly useful, but there are a couple of quests that start or end around here later. And then next we're going to explore the other ladder. Maybe I can make this sick jump. Nice.
Hop, hop, hop.
Wonderful bump into Gray. I don't know if you can see him around the city yet. He might not spawn until we do like a little bit more story progression, but you can definitely find him here in chapter 5, which is this chapter. Maybe it's just a time of day thing.
It'd be rude not
This
to.
is a semi-hidden part of the city.
These are lying around everywhere.
If you go to the southwest corner of the training yard, you'll see a gate that's locked, and this is the way to get to it. And you also get a quest here. Did you use the speed up for that jump? No, in fact it would have made it harder. So, this is about meeting the kids in the city. Kids themselves being a very foreign concept to our intrepid heroes in the party here.
I'll hang on to it.
These are lying around everywhere. Always nice to see a new face.
Here we get some info about choosing your blade.
Huh. Would you believe it?
And for the quest, we're meant to be finding a light source, and it's described as being under like a certain, I forget what the hint is actually. Is it on the quest description? Oh, at foot of 15 light. So you can check all these ones. This is going to be wrong because there are only 3 lights here. Oh. So yeah, I'll tell you to search someplace else. Not the right spot. We'll explore the residential area a little bit. And continue trying to talk to people as we encounter them. Oh, here's Rosanna, and yeah, she does have red hair. Okay. But yeah, otherwise she's like the spitting image of that one black-haired
Always nice to see a new face.
girl in Ouroboros, or the Ouroboros candidate group. Funniest part about the first month of the game is that some materials just didn't spawn, so you couldn't 100% the game. Yeah, there were some drops from Googles that could not spawn, so you couldn't complete some of the Collectopedia requests. And the really funny part about that is they patched it, but when they patched it, they accidentally broke a different set of items that can drop from Googles, so they had to patch it again to let you get those. Oops.
Always nice to see a new face.
Really were a monolith programming moment. Yeah, monolith programmers are actually kind of wizards at making a game like this run fairly well on the Switch. But they are pretty bad at quality control.
Always nice to see a new face.
Here we can buy books, theoretically. The city trader pawn is one of, I think, 2 trader pawns that are actually kind of useful sometimes. I'm not going to buy anything now, but there are a couple of quests that use some of these materials. And sometimes it works out so that it's easier to buy them from him than to go get them elsewhere. And the shopkeeper sells us some fairly high-end accessories that we'll want to upgrade to. So, I'm gonna try to have 2 titanium temple guards. That's an upgrade on our iron temple guards. 2 jade supports. That's better than our gear supports. 2 carbon gloves for accuracy boosts, and 2 extra silver belts for attack boosts. We can find better versions of all of these, but this is a really convenient spot, and it is our first access to some of these, like carbon gloves and silver belt. We haven't found anywhere else yet. Wasn't there also a heart-to-heart about fashion sense from here? I don't know. Yeah, to explain the Mio thing, as Robert said, yeah, Mio's order didn't work. The effect is supposed to be that it would eliminate aggro on non-defender characters, and it just didn't do that. Yeah, detour. We go back up to the city entrance. We already did drop down the ladder here to go get that container, but now we can also go through this gateway, which was closed before, and get to another container up here.
Come to uni.
Just has gemstones, but also 3... Oh, I guess it does have sturdy anklets, which are useless. But also has some SP, so something of a reward there. And back down at Serene Square, well, we'll talk to a few more people who we haven't met yet. And that will be part of a quest very soon. Yarnell, stop dodging me. Here you go. Ernica ceded his position as elder to Monica before he died. Interesting. Julieta we'll interact with later. Michiba owns the canteen.
Always nice to see a new face.
Recommends the meal we already got. Jagger is actually part of a post-game quest. And Neon's part of the one we're doing right now. So, to solve the unsolved riddle, we have to go to this... Oops, missed it. Behind these crates. Take this ladder up behind Michiba Canteen to get on top. So there we recover a mysterious box. Let's see if we do have Gray spawn. He would normally be walking around here. Looks like he's not around though. So run back to the training yard area where we met all the kids and Gigi.
Always nice to see a new face.
To continue the quest. And then that'll send us right back where we were, on top of Michiba Canteen. Well, actually, first we have to go buy our Napon friend. We go visit him over here in the apartments, and then he's going to ask us to go buy him a torpedo wrap, like a burrito. Or a wrap, I guess. Buy him some dinner. At a unique shop that I think we can only use in this quest. Runeda torpedo wraps. Sweet or salty. So I wonder what's in those. How'd you get that gate to open? You have to take the ladder up in the northwest corner of the city and then go around the west side and the upper catwalks to get to the inside the training yard and get this quest. The reward we get for this quest is not very important, but there's a follow-up quest with the kids in the city later that actually gives us a very useful accessory. So that's what's kind of interesting. One of the few quests where I feel like the reward item is actually impactful. So we just discovered another kid named Azalea who was living up here all alone. And now she'll be around the city too.
Would you believe it?
Hooray! So the kids have a new friend to play with. Next up, we'll discuss the other info we've gathered.
You know, you've got to take regular breaks.
No Guardian? What do you mean by that, TLNT? We also discovered the sheet music, which leads to this quest, which is the most legendary quest in this game, I would say.
We need to lay all this out.
Got a separate quest to meet the scavenger force, which will be out in Gnome Wetlands, which we ran through on the way here.
This reminds me.
Oh yeah, for Azalea? No, I think her dad's dead or something is the story. I forget the details. We learned that we're not the only ones who can change blades. Lands admires the Mondo. We got that info around Colony Iota last chapter. And then Guernica Van Dam leads to Monica's hero quest. So,
Everyone got their strength back?
We'll start with the most thrilling quest in the game, Counterpoint. A bunch of different people we can talk to. It turns out that the person to go to actually is Neon, though, right here. And he will recognize the sheet music as his granddad's. So we have to go get introduced to him over here on the bridge. They literally named the old man Boomer. He's not very talkative. But, you know, we can make headway because we're musicians too, right? We can connect on that level. Also, I gotta say, Mio really rocks the Lone Exile outfit. I think it looks great on her. But now, I remember I've said multiple times now that in hero quests and story quests, when you have to escort someone, you can just go wherever they're supposed to go and that completes it for you. That is not true in side quests. You have to follow the character. And Boomer is the slowest man in the entire world, and he's going to walk like a third of the way around the city at this awful pace. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to walk with him. No conversations, no action. If you move too far away, he'll stop moving. Just gotta go with it. So let's take in the sights a little bit at least.
It's already getting dark.
At least your walking speed is the same as his. No, I am being very careful about how I'm holding the analog stick to not outspeed him. You can, in fact, attempt to auto-run. It's kind of hard to press in the left stick while you're just barely pressing it forward. Let's see if I can to match pace. But no, when I pressed down, I accidentally pushed a little bit forward. So I'm now walking faster than him by a little bit. Wish we could push him. Here's Leanne. She's part of a different quest. Kind of a...
Nice to see a new face.
Sort of a historian? We finally arrived. I think by far the most disappointing thing about this is you don't even get to hear a unique music track or anything. That would be a fun reward, but nope. We had fun. Yes, I'm sure we all did, Noah. Hooray! Okay, that was the hardest quest in the whole game.
Would you believe it?
Truly an ordeal.
We've explored a fair chunk of this.
Now off to the war room. First thing to do is talk to Travis. He's going to give us a bounty whenever we clear a certain number of colonies or liberate a certain number of colonies. And the first bounty he gives out is great. It's a legendary Gust bracelet. We already got a rare one from a Collectopedia reward. Now we've got two, and the legendary one will instantly charge our Master Arts at the beginning of a fight. So that has a lot of utility. It's really good to have.
Monica, can we talk?
What's up? Sounds ominous.
We were hoping we could ask you about someone. Guernica, in fact.
About Dad?
Everyone in the city speaks so highly of him, but we still don't know a whole lot about him. I think we owe him that much.
All right. Where do you want to start?
You were brought up by him, right? So, we thought you'd probably understand him better than anyone else.
Ha! I wish that were the case. The Guernica Van Dam that I knew was a man that I always looked up to. He was always busy keeping the city together or fighting out on the front line. Always distant. After I chose a military life, he didn't even talk to me like a parent anymore.
You mean you weren't on very good terms?
I got to know the man, I think. But not the father. I just thought that we'd have more time together.
Funny about this quest
Hey,
is
boss.
Usually it's the Ouroboros character who has the most dialogue with the new hero, is the one who inherits the class.
I
But
don't blame you guys for any of this.
it's mostly Noah and
Dad,
Monica connecting here, but
Guernica died in the line
as
of
Z-Mistake
duty,
said,
trying to
the
accomplish
inheritor
his
is
aim.
Uni.
But that's not all.
So
He died fighting for what
it's not
he
like the
believed in,
dialogue or the
and he
leadership
saw it
roles they
through.
have in common, but
Of that much, I'm sure.
I guess Uni and Monica share another attribute.
Well, about that, there still might be a bit of unfinished business there. He sure was adamant about getting stuff home to people.
Yeah, for certain.
Sorry, what do you mean exactly?
Personal effects from the deceased. Things that family and friends can remember them by.
You don't think any of the Agnian trio
We
inherit
don't
Defender
leave
classes?
any other mark behind
That is
says,
correct.
We were here, you see? If there are people waiting for you, then you just want to leave something behind, whatever it may be.
There aren't that many Defender classes in the
I
game.
was in the
This is going to be
rear
our
guard.
last one.
I know just how dangerous that battlefield was. Maybe it's better not to dwell on that. But there are personal items that have been left behind though, right? Huh? Maybe you'd let us do something to help out with that. It must be really painful for the people who never got the chance for closure.
Yeah, right. I'm starting to get a handle on how they see things in the city. Sort of.
But if there's something we can do about it, I want to try to help.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
there are some funny patterns in the class inheritance. Like, Strategos aside, every healer class is inherited by Neo or Lance,
And before we
who happen to be
became
two of the worst
Ouroboros,
characters in
some
terms of
us used
healing
to be
stat, which is
Overseers.
funny. Noah and Senna don't get
all that
any
trouble for others.
healer classes, obviously,
But when it
because of that.
happened,
So they
he was
exclusively
thinking of
get
everyone waiting for him in the city.
attackers.
So I'd like to help his voice find its way.
Yeah, I think Senna's exclusively attacker classes, right?
Much appreciated.
And then Noah gets
Speaking
one,
personally,
well, two defender
good on
classes
ya.
with the DLC, and then the rest are attackers.
Travis, could you pull up the tactical register?
Roger that. Give me a moment. There's the data. We've got a list of deceased soldiers and the likely locations where they fell.
And then Uni and
Could you check
Tyon.
out the waypoints around Alfeto Valley?
Uni only gets.
That's some impressive precision.
Kind of you to
What
notice.
does she get? She gets F
See,
and
that's the thing
J,
about us lost numbers. We just don't know when
and
to
Lone
quit.
Exile and Lost Vanguard. And is that it?
Okay, guys, it's up to you now. When you're done, could you meet me at the Remembrance Stones?
Got it. You have my word.
Yeah, Uni only inherits those three. How they came up with the distribution. I mean, I think they definitely. Well, so there's an obvious like pairing system, right, based on the initial class setup, and almost always, if you check how the aptitudes play out, like, for example, we got Flash Fencer. Almost always, it's the inheritor and their Ouroboros partner who are the S and the A aptitude person. In fact, that's always true except with the post-game and DLC classes. So Noah has S aptitude in Flash Fencer, so Senna has A. Lance has S aptitude in... oh, sorry, not the Ouroboros partner. It's the corresponding... the person with the matching class in the original party setup. Misspoke. So Lance and Mio are originally defenders. Lance has S aptitude in War Medic, so Mio has A. Guardian Commander, it's Noah and Senna. Mio and Lance. Senna and Noah. Uni and Tyon. Tyon and Uni. Noah and Senna. Uni and Tyon. Tyon and Uni. Uni and Tyon. Lance and Mio. Lance and Mio. Senna and Noah. Mio and Lance. Tyon and Uni. Senna and Noah. And then the DLC classes messed that up because finally we've got Noah and then Lance as the A. And on Lapidorist, it's Mio. And then I think... is that Tyon? Yeah. So basically they always set the inheritance patterns on the understanding that you would like keep the same class balance roughly by having, you know, the two original attackers would be going through the same kinds of roles at the same time. Same thing for the two original healers and the two original defenders. Anyway, we just got a hero quest, which is really exciting, right? Because that means time for some combat. So let's warp over to Guraflava Lowlands. Which is, we're supposed to be recovering the belongings of the three people who were with Guernica. You and Zuo were from Xenoblade 2. He was new. But the funny thing about this quest is, yes, this place is infested with Agnians. However, if you come at them from this side, they are outrageously blind. You can just walk up, grab Yu's belongings, walk away. Walk up behind these two, grab Zuo's belongings, walk away. Run around the side here. Get to Hiwa's belongings. And we're done. Good quest. These guys have quiet quitted. So true. I admire that in a military, actually.
We've brought their belongings.
Thanks. Means a lot. Can you lay them out here?
Now you mention it, didn't Monica put an eye patch here?
Yeah, that was Guernica's.
What does it mean exactly? Placing people's belongings here?
How can I explain it? You guys have off-seeing, right? I guess this is our version of that.
Off-seeing for city folk.
You got here first.
Boss, we were waiting for you.
Brother, you.
Zuo, you made it back.
Hiwa, you always kept such good care of this. Now look at it. I just wish that we could have talked more. But you're home now.
Thanks to you, these people got a chance to say farewell to their loved ones. And I got to fulfill Dad's dying wish. Thank you.
The motes. Sparkles fly.
You're finally home.
Went and grabbed some crackers too. What did I miss?
These people, they weren't just sacrifices. They've entrusted us all with the future. As the Founders did. Looking back...
I feel like I came back to this emotional scene with the right vibe, right?
So that was an off-seeing. The sound of that music, it's really something else. I don't think anyone here will forget this day, as long as they live.
Monica's so right about that.
Fallen
It is a
never
special
got to win
part of the
their
soundtrack.
battles. But maybe now, they can get some rest.
Yeah, finally. Speaking of, you ought to get some rest too. You're gonna be pretty busy from now on.
You said it, boss. Wait, just how busy are we talking here?
From now on, I'll be traveling with Noah's crew.
Huh? But then who's gonna handle things in the city?
You'll be here, won't you, Travis?
Like father, like daughter, eh?
Dad spent his life on the front line, and I want to carry on that tradition. I understood that when I heard the Overseers play. It has to be me.
Interesting that
I have to carry on his
basically all the
legacy
other
for
commanders we've got to join us, or heroes in general, aside from Riku and Anna, have said,
anytime you need my help.
yeah, we'll travel with you when you need to.
That's truly
But Monica's intent here, even though she does just say, call me when you need help, but her intent is, I'm just going to travel with you guys forever.
There's so much I'd like to ask you. About yourself, the city.
No worries.
A word of warning, guys. The boss's
I think she is
stories
basically the
are
canonical
long.
hero.
If you've got time to rip on the boss, I might just assign you some more
And she's the only one who's
duties,
treated like
Travis.
she's really important in the sense that
Well, at least I won't have to worry about
there
the
are
city while
story
I'm gone.
scenes that affect her availability.
holler if you need
I guess
me.
Ethel counts in that
We'll
category
take you
too.
up on that.
But, you know, from this point forward.
The battle for the future is here. And we're
We just need a mod that lets us use every hero at the same time. I don't think anyone has figured out how to make something like that happen. It is possible to edit your save and have heroes in the Ouroboros character slots.
Hold on a minute.
So you could play with 7 heroes. But yeah, no one's managed to expand the party. Alright, so Uni just inherited a new class, and it's actually time to change to it. And Lost Vanguard is really exciting because it has that that Smash art, which is called Mighty Beat on characters other than Monica. And it is inheritable at rank 10. So this gives us the ability to use Smash in a chain attack, which is which offers an incredible amount of damage. Still not so much on Lost Vanguard because, as we pointed out with Monica, none of the native class skills have anything to do with damage output. We can try to rectify that to an extent with our master skills, and we are going to build around smash damage on Uni. So we're going Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, and Critical Strike. And for gems, we're going we want max damage, so Analyze Weakness, Empowered Combo. and Swelling Blessing because we're going to give her cross impact. We're going to try to build her to maximize the damage she can do with her smashes. But what we're going to discover is that Lost Vanguard, outside of chain attacks, is not as effective at smashing as Flash Fencer was with its talent art, because it's just a substantially weaker class. So our real goal here is to get through this class very quickly and then be able to take Mighty Beat over to a Keves class that can fuse, a Keves attacker class that can fuse Mighty Beat with something more powerful and have its own innate damage boosting skills and just become a lot more efficient at smashing than Lost Vanguard could ever hope to be. But that's still a ways off. So what we'll try to do to maximize the damage with Lost Vanguard is fuse Mighty Beat with Gale Slash, which has relatively good cooldown for Keves art, a damage boosting effect when you're holding aggro, and a decent power multiplier. There are some things that could, in principle, do more damage, like Hidden Thorn, which has a higher base power multiplier, no damage boosting effect though. But Gale Slash is pretty good. The catch is that to make it really effective, we do have to be holding aggro, which is going to be kind of a struggle because we are keeping a lone exile in the party who is going to be more efficient at holding that than we are. And this, to make this class work great as your smasher, you really do have to be, I think, the sole defender, or at least have no one else who's trying to compete with you for aggro. So we'll do what we can. This should still work fairly well, but it's not going to be the most impressive as far as a damaging class you've ever seen. Still going to be really good for burst damage compared to like everything else besides Flash Fencer for the time being. For the class arts, of course, we're running Mighty Beat, Shockwave for an extra damaging thing. Taunt Pulse does like is like a continuous damage aura that you can add to yourself. It's pretty bad because it just does fixed aggro, which is terrible. So we're just fusing Shockwave with Quick Draw. Quick Draw still has the double hit, double damage effect when it's fused on an Agnian style class. This isn't technically Agnian, I guess, but it has Agnian arts. So this does 420% damage because it hits twice if we're attacking with it fused. So that's relatively good damage output. Electrofield is the most useful of the other three arts, and because Shield Wall is our alternative. This is a unique thing that Monica doesn't have. It's a blocking art, which just gives you some modest HP recovery every few seconds. Not really that powerful. The Ether Anchor buff, this is a buff you get, I believe it's similar to the Awakening buff on the Guardian Commander talent art, where once you get hit by an enemy, you'll apply this buff to yourself. Ether Anchor makes you immune to the next combo reaction. So if you would get broken or launched or something, it will negate that. It's nothing much to write home about. So we'll go with Electrofield for the Armor Veil utility, which I think is better, and then we'll fuse that with Cross Impact so we can get Power Charge on our Shockwave Quick Draw fusion, or ideally on our Mighty Beat Gale Slash fusion. Mighty Beat has a really fast recharge, so typically what will happen is we'll rely on our teammates to get an early launch, and then we'll use Mighty Beat unfused, which does limited damage, but still pretty decent damage spike, and that should be enough generally for us to take the aggro. And then hopefully we retain that long enough by using, say, Shockwave plus Quick Draw for some really good damage. We retain that long enough to get Gale Slash and Mighty Beat recharged. Then we use Cross Impact for the power charge, and then we smash again with the fusion art. There's one kind of weird thing about using a smash fusion, where the smash is the right-hand art, which is the fused art, Gale Slash in this case, will not get the damage bonus that's associated with hitting a launched enemy. But because the smash takes effect first, I guess. But the smash damage calculation does still take into effect the rest of Gale Slash's damage in the fusion. So we do get credit for that when it calculates the smash damage. So I think that's all there really is to cover with Lost Vanguard. We do need to change our accessories. maximize damage, so we'll go with the silver belt and the white wraps for right now. I mentioned on a previous stream, you might think that you should use, I think we have an example of these in the inventory. Let's see if I can find them. There's a different accessory that boosts damage from smash. Where is it? I wish I remembered what the name was, because then I could just sort alphabetically and find it. Oh yeah. No, that's not it. Damage dealt smash. Maybe I don't have one. Anyway, there's an accessory that says it boosts smash damage, but that only adds to the gigantic smash multiplier. Like, you can get a smash multiplier of like 8 times damage or so, and that will add like 50 percentage points to that multiplier, which is a far smaller effect than adding 55% to your damage generally that then goes into the smash calculation. So it's much worse than the white wraps. Yeah, I guess I don't have one of those. Oh well. So yeah, the white wraps are a much better choice.
I'll come again soon. Keep an eye on me, would you?
So, next quest, we're going to do castle access. I'm also going to drop Monica from the party temporarily. Not because we don't really want her, no problem with having her, but we want to make sure that we unlock Incursor as fast as possible. We're not quite done with that. We've gotten it on Tyon, and I believe also on Uni at this point, but no one else has unlocked it yet, and we want to make sure we get access to that on Senna ASAP. So with this next fight that we're going to do, we'll keep Alexandria in the party. I think that's all the setup right now. Yeah, should be. Okay, so next step, we'll warp down to the base of the Greatsword and we'll go to the harbor, meet up with Samon, who will tell us how we can get our new ship ready to explore the sea north of the Greatsword.
This was a nice find.
Elio says Xenoblade would transition horribly into mobile. Well, they did do the gacha thing, so they got that ready. They even re-implemented that with the DLC, unfortunately, in this game. Our plan is to approach Agnes Castle by sea and not by air, because the black fog on the sea will disguise us from the enemy. Unfortunately, we don't have enough ether to run our ship the boundary yet, so we have to go retrieve that. And it's more ether than we can carry, 300 units. We've been foolishly selling our excess ether all this time. We really could have used that now.
It'd be rude not to. I found something shiny.
These are lying around everywhere.
That contain... Doesn't look like we can get to it from here.
It's funny that this is one of the few containers where you get the dialogue about not being able to access it. That container up there. But you absolutely can. You just walk in here and up the stairs and Bob's your uncle.
It'd be rude not to.
Say, isn't this valuable?
These are lying around everywhere.
Okay, so back to the city, and right back to the Remembrance Stones. And we'll go south to meet up with Timna, who is, I think, one of the heads of the houses. There's 6 great houses in the city, descended from the 6 founders. And we saw statues honoring them or people close to them.
Do you really think she can come up with
Earlier.
300 ether cylinders?
On the way to her, you can get this info about fortune clovers, which actually leads to Uni's Ascension quest. We've not done one of those yet, but those are the quests that can unlock your class rank cap from 10 all the way up to 20. It'll be a little while before we do that, but you could theoretically do it right now before even going out to Arethia. So we talked to Timna, and she gives us the hookup by basically telling us a passphrase that we can use to get access to a supply storehouse that's outside the city.
I dare say being in one of those 6 houses sets one apart from most of the city residents too.
While we're here, I'll go ahead and check out the founder statues, since we can do that now.
It would take some time to peruse them all. Could we stay the night?
Won't take that long, Alex. So this is the cage of the original Ouroboros stone. And this tells us, hey, there was a 7th founder in the initial design. But who knows what that, or who that was. That 7th founder is apparently consciously decided not to be commemorated here. On the left, we've got the statue of the founder of House Rhodes, an Agnian soldier whose fight to the death against the founder of Ortiz, who is over there, was interrupted by a chance meeting with other founders. Freed from the flame clock, she joined the fight against Mobius, was kind and gentle, was a healer, contributed to medical science in the city, and even though she was a soldier who should have had a 10-year lifespan, she is said to have lived beyond 80 years. No one knows how. Next to her, House Cassini. Is that meant to indicate that this person's canonical last name is Cassini? City's Liberatrix. Or I guess not, because it's a statue of the founder's respected mentor rather than the founder herself. So, no. Robust physique, 2 great swords at once with utmost ease and facing down Mobius despite the loss of one eye. It's unsophisticated, brawn-binded but impassioned, aided the founders in the fight against Mobius physically and spiritually. Was a free spirit, influenced the other founders, young and impressible when the city was restored. Or they were young and impressible when the city was restored. And the ethos of the house maintains his rebellious spirit. He's got a 6-pack. Good job. Founder of House Van Dam, that's a familiar name. City's restorer and liberator. The original city was once laid to ruin by Mobius N's hand, and this founder unlocked the power of Ouroboros and fought against N, ousting him, gathered the old city's people, and reestablished it, and then left, leaving in the hand of the founder of House Doyle, and departed on a lonely expedition. No records of him after. But the Van Dams eventually returned, or the lineage did. He was a master of fist fighting, and the scions of House Van Dam carry on the tradition to today. Although, I mean, Monica uses a club, so who could say here? House Doyle! Directly descended from those who established the first original city. Turns out that's true of that guy over there too. Whereabouts were lost after N's ravaging in the city of Old, but eventually was encountered by the other founders and committed herself fully to the fight. It's kind of wild how much detail about the DLC story they actually give you in these descriptions. Said to have a familial relation with the founder of Van Dam, with scant extant records suggesting they were likely brother and sister. True. Founder of Van Dam was the elder of the two, fought alongside him, brought the power of Ouroboros to completion. She was bright and wise, unlike her big bro, and established the governance and legal system. It is kind of wild, knowing what happens in the DLC, that she got put in charge of laws in the city, but good job. House Reed. This is also a statue of the mentor, not the actual founder. So the founder, a deep reverence and devotion for her teacher. Who basically raised her as if she were his own child. His great red sword struck fear into many a Mobius. The struggle cost him his right arm. Although I don't think... I thought the implication was he lost his right arm in the... Not against Mobius, actually, but whatever. Still honed his martial arts each day. Finally, we've got House Ortiz. In memory of the founder of House Ortiz and the city's liberator. Was released from the Flame Clock system by the other founders. Worked hard to liberate the city as one of the first Ouroboros. Great mechanical engineer, didn't fight with a blade, with a weapon of his own creation, and laid the foundations of the mechanical system supporting the city to this day. And perished at the age of 80 years, even though he was also a soldier. So, yeah, an incredible amount of detail. House Rhodes. So, I wonder if we're meant to think that the last name is Rhodes, then. Yeah, Keldeo, it's like... It really feels like, in retrospect, they totally spelled everything out in these descriptions. But there was a lot of speculation before the DLC came out, and it was not actually that obvious what was going to happen with the story. But yeah, that was basically a plot summary for the DLC, just right there. Anyhow, time to go get our 300 ether cylinders and actually do some fighting for the first time in this chapter. There's some parts of this area on the Greatsword's Hilt that we can explore a little bit more, but we'll save that for a little bit later. I'm just going to go straight to the objective, more or less. Oh yeah, Z-Mistake, you mentioned that the founder of House Doyle is the hero character, not playable. That's not technically true. Feels very lonesome up here. No music or anything. I kind of wish the weather were nicer so we could take in the view. Oh well.
So cold. Whose bright idea was it to put a warehouse in the arse end of nowhere?
They must have wanted it somewhere that's hard to reach. Not that info didn't leak anyway. Better not spill any of this.
Back to full, basically. There's a unique monster who... Wait. Where is the unique monster? Oh, all the way down there. I guess we already let it go through the cycle. Yeah, there's a unique Taos that flies around here, but since it's gone, we can go loot this chest real fast and get some extra comp-on coins. And next, I'll head over here, grab this container. Has a crushing weapon belt, which is like the enhanced version of the anti-fish, anti-aquatic life accessory, I believe.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
We apparently really didn't pay attention to the conversation, but with Tin Nut, because she did give us the passphrase. But hey, Senna of all people remembered it. He deserves more than 15 TP. Well, she almost remembered it. Close enough. I love Banana's conclusion there. Yeah. The passphrase means this person's a really big Nopon fan. And yeah, the story about the factional rivalry here is basically that we're getting covert support from a house that's normally not cooperative with House Vandam. So we're kind of doing this in secret. You can choose to go inside and help her retrieve the ether cylinders, which is kind of against what she recommended because we're supposed to be out here just guarding the place, or stay put. I don't think there's a lick of difference, as far as I can tell. You get like one line of dialogue that's different where you conclude what you want to do. Because whatever you decide, you get set upon by a bunch of ant cells. I'm going to focus on the non-boss ant cells first. And we'll make an attempt to use Mighty Beat, although really for a fight with 5 enemies, it is going to be best if we just use Unition or Boros spam anyway. Our teammates are kind of slacking with the combos anyway, which is annoying. There we go, there's a launch. It's pretty good.
Perfect time. So break, break.
Here, Luminous illusion.
Aerial
Still do this. Are you okay? I'm sorry, everyone. Hold on. I'll be right there.
Let's show them.
Now we can finish him.
Yeah, let's do this.
Chris says your choices matter. People complain about that a lot. I kind of disagree with the sentiment. Like, I think it's perfectly valid in a lot of cases to give players a false choice, to, like, let you get a little bit of input but then get shown that whatever you choose just doesn't matter. I think that's fine. Like, you shouldn't just do it all the time. It's annoying. But I remember, like, in Fire Emblem Awakening with the scene with what's her face? Imran, where it's like, no matter what you choose, like, the same thing happens, and like that. I mean, there's a point to that. You're supposed to feel like you're helpless, and the decision is out of your hands. That said, in this situation where you choose whether to help her or not, and then nothing different at all happens, I don't get it. It would be kind of a role-playing moment if, you know, something happened, you got a response from Miori, like you went in there and she yelled at you or something like that, but no, it's like totally inconsequential.
This'll fetch a high price.
Oh, and you know what I did? I'm glad I quick saved for that fight, because I forgot something. Remember we got that experience boosting meal from the city? And because I have the cheat on to double my meal duration, to compensate for the fact that it's draining at double speed, I forgot. Normally it's worn off by then because I've done so much walking around. But I don't want that to be active. So I'm going to reload and go swap that out for something else. I don't want the extra experience. So we'll go to, I guess, Colony Tau. Just get the drop rate meal. This gives us a fun way to show off a side-by-side comparison. So that was us trying to use Mighty Beat.
Don't you think it's about time for a meal?
To finish that fight. This time around, I'm going to do it with Ouroboros spam, and we'll see what the difference is.
That's good.
If only Awakening had warp, maybe we could have gotten Emerald
like
fast
I can
enough.
lift mountains. Hey,
It does have
give me a
Rescue, and if I remember correctly, you can use Rescue on green units in Awakening, so... Lissa should have tried harder, is what I'm saying.
Nice one. We explored the whole place.
It is, however, not viable before Chapter 8. Okay, now we've got not an experience boosting meal. Let's try that again.
Let's do it, Kion. Uni's got edge. Break.
Very well. This is your show.
Cool, I'll give it a rinse. The old switcheroo.
Very, this is your show.
Cool, I'll give it the old switcheroo.
Ross, this is your show.
I'm gonna give myself an extra buff here. Well, I failed. 'Cause I accidentally switched too fast. But anyway, all the companion characters are, or the generic enemies are dead basically, except for this last one. So that was a lot quicker overall. And as you see, just like before, Senna did just unlock Incursor. So we just needed this one extra fight with Alex at the party to make sure that we get that done. Okay. So
Should be done with the ether cylinders now.
now we're good.
Let's get back to Mr. Salmon.
Back to Salmon. We'll turn it in. One reason to do this quest early is because gaining official access to the sea and the boat does unlock some other side quests. We won't go straight ahead. Well, okay, I lied. We are going to go straight ahead and out to sea. Do a quick jaunt to get an important accessory, and then we'll backtrack and do some side quests.
Salmon pull all-nighter to install. Expect to be shipshape by tomorrow morning.
That soon?
Salmon never flounder. Always get job done.
Thank you so much.
Thanking not necessary. Salmon is fixer-upper by trade.
What's that?
Ah, this is ultimate vessel.
Ultimate vessel?
That right. Even vortexing raging great sea not slow advance. It'd go down in history as queen of boats. Still work in progress, but sure to bring to fruition someday. It's Salmon's dream.
Wow.
Shadowing indeed. Okay, so trying to change up the party a little bit more. Going to juggle some roles a little bit, especially between Noah and Mio. So we'll put Noah in Lone Exile now and Mio into War Medic. She's going to be our only healer for the time being because we're changing Senna over to Incursor, which we just unlocked. And since we've got Incursor on Senna now, we'll swap over and put Monica back in our hero slot. Senna will take advantage of her access to all those combo arts, so Soaring Tempest and Shield Bash and Flashback. I do need to change arts around. Reversal Edge, Aerial Slash. Arrow Break arts together to prevent the AI from wasting that. And there you go. You got a pretty good combo support loadout. Even better than what Tyon was running because she has Soaring Tempest. Skills. We want Ultimate Qigong, which we actually already have, and Critical Strike, and Fighting Prowess. Or not Fighting Prowess, Protector's Pride. Usual stuff for an attacker who's mostly focused on combos, so Double Strike, Accurate Grace, Disperse Bloodlust. We'll take the carbon gloves that we bought to mitigate Senna's accuracy, and Incursor itself doesn't have very good dexterity either. And then to go with that, we'll take our legendary Gust Bracelet. 100% recharge on all Master Arts as soon as we start the battle, so we'll have double break arts, and then hopefully she can topple and launch after, as needed. On Noah, usual setup here: Gale Slash, Demon Slayer, Soaring Tempest. Nothing with Soaring Tempest. We'll stick lowering in this spot, although actually, because we're using a Lost Vanguard who really wants to maintain aggro, I think we'll drop that. We'll go with keep Wide Slash there. But we'll go with Tri-Slash for combo support. I could use Infinity Blade. I do like Blossom Dance for having a really short recharge, though, so we'll try that. Skills, damage as usual, and then risky recharge. And then aggro. And damage. Give him Soldier Ring and the Jade support. And Mio should be basically good to go. I guess we can swap out her accessory for the legendary since we have extras now. Soothing Breath, Life-Saving Expertise. Life Bearer is fine. For skills, we don't have much that's very good other than Adam Protector's Pride. And for arts, you just stick on Spear Point Thrust for the occasional extra bind. That should be good to go. Shame that the Lone Exile Talon art doesn't have them speaking Dun Man's lines. Well, they do get to call out a bunch of shared art names at least. Okay, we do have 2300 XP, so good. And Monica in the party. Alright, time to actually get on our ship. You're supposed to be able to board the boundary from this platform? Oh, I have to go back to the dorm first. Just kidding. They make you take a nap before you can go boating. You know, to make sure your pilot's not too tired or whatever.
There, all done.
Wow, amazing!
It's neon and neon too.
The next one. I even brought the materials and stuff. Make me something mega cool, yeah?
Sure. What kind of blade do you want? Sword? Gun?
Fists.
Okie dokie.
Hey.
I wonder who that kid's favorite
If we didn't have to
hero
fight
in the
each
game
other,
is.
you think that could have been Yoren?
Yoren, did you ditch training again just to work on this stuff? Did not. I'm not skiving. I just had a bad headache. I gave notice too.
Excuse me? No one did that for you, right?
Yeah, I'm used to doing it.
Okay, it's done. Hold on. Is that...
Who's that? Lance?
Genuinely pretty cool.
This one's Uni, and this is Noah.
Hey!
It'd be a fun thing to do for your friends.
Good job, matey.
Huh?
I love it, Yoren.
Yeah?
But I can't get over the British actors saying urine.
We don't have your talent.
All we can do is slash and shoot each other. But you create things.
Hey, so who's this? We know someone like that?
Looks like a real tough fella.
That's... it's me.
What?
This is you.
It looks nothing like you.
Yeah, but, like...
I don't know, it looks a little like him.
That's what I want to
Very
end
angry,
up like
though.
someday. Silly, huh?
It's not silly. I believe in you. I've seen exactly what you can do.
You think he's got what it takes? You're talking out your bum.
No, I'm not. He can do it. Right, Jorn?
I'll try then. I'll try really hard.
He looked up to me, man. Smiling.
Sometimes it's hard to judge, huh? What we're supposed to be protecting. It all gets a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Even so, his smile was the real thing. We should cherish that. Next time we'll think twice about who really needs punching.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
They showed feet. For free.
So you saw it?
Huh?
Your husk.
When did that become a thing?
Your own
Like,
lifeless husk. You've come across
I
it.
feel like in the last like 5 or 6 years.
How did you...
Your eyes. You looked like you were gazing into your own past.
Surely not that many people actually have a foot fetish, right?
That's crazy. Live long enough and you learn how to figure out stuff like that.
Oh, it hasn't been as long as you think. But folk do tell me I'm pretty sharp.
No. How come you don't wake these guys up? Couldn't you use the help? Or is it because they'd just be Mobius fodder?
They can't be fodder. If we wake them up here, they'll be freed from the shackles of the flame clock.
So why then?
Because this is our fight. We don't know how long it'll take. And their lives are short.
So you don't want to get them mixed up in everything?
That's one reason.
And the other?
People need to learn who they really are. What they have to leave behind for posterity. I want them to wake up in a world that affords them that chance.
How do we discover who we really are?
That from the husk.
Yeah.
You won't find yourself there.
Huh?
You've got to look to the present and the future only. The one in the past, it isn't you. You didn't make that, and it's not yours.
Make that?
But look to the future, and you can build yourself up however you like. You can become whoever you want to be.
I can?
You've got the power to do so.
They turn and look at the camera. You get that, audience? Here's a moral.
Thank you. That's...
Well, That's what my dad always said.
Well, actually, Monica literally does. Just turn and look at the camera.
But it goes for you, too.
I was thinking the same thing, Z-Mistake.
True to myself. We'll see.
About having this conversation in the course of the hero quest, or before you can do the hero quest, or something like that.
Really? Did you seriously just burn your tongue again?
You saw that.
Well, your soup is one of the highlights of my day.
Really? Whoa, thanks.
Aw.
I'm flattered.
It was just the
So
truth.
kind of you, Lance.
Want some to taste test?
For real. Good thing I got off early.
Hey, Mio, you want to talk about being defenders together? No? Okay.
You enjoy cooking?
Oh, it's been drilled into me. It's a ritual now. Can't really start the day without making a pot.
I get you. 2 months, huh? Since that battle.
Yeah.
You're tough. No joke.
Time check. 1 month to go.
We heard from uni that you're just like us.
Oh, that part.
I've been plodding along, playing it all cool. But when we saw him again, I thought, nah, snuff all of this.
I'm scared too. Just so you know. Since Monica told us the whole truth, I've hoped... No. I'm sure I'll see Miyabi again. I'm so sure of it.
Hard, wasn't it? Hearing that.
Yeah. But it sure beats ignorance.
Mio, you just gotta go
That's
take a
what Noah
peek at
thinks
the class menu.
You're hard as nails.
You'll feel better about things.
What we don't know might as well not exist. It's an obvious
Which,
way to think.
reminder,
But it isn't right.
the class selection menu
Closing my eyes doesn't mean evil
is real.
disappears.
It is a diegetic thing.
So, you go on.
They showed it to us
Yeah,
in chapter 2.
I'll keep going. While my flame still flickers to the bitter end. With all of you.
You said it.
I think Mio came up with that turn of phrase. While my flame still flickers. Alright. We all had a good long rest. Back to the harbor. But can't you see that there's an Agnes healer class you can inherit later? That's what I'm saying. Mio, it's this easy. ZL, A, R, A, down, left. Boy, I wonder what that could be. Monica's coming with us on the trip, but not for the infiltration, because she'd be too recognizable or something. But we're also dragging around all the other Ouroboros candidates with us as part of the infiltration. That means they'll be listed as companions or followers in the party for a good long while during this chapter. Kind of funny to imagine that we're just bringing them all across the world while we do a bunch of side quests. They're just like, where are we going? Why are we doing this? So we're going to meet at a camp nearby on the sea to do a little bit more planning with one of our scouts who's been gathering info. Someone's beaming the instructions on how to pilot the ship to us. but Riku volunteers. Okay. Got our party all set.
Come on.
Let's hop in the boat.
Let's hop on the boundary.
Thank you, Noah.
You bet.
And off we go. Doesn't really feel like it, but this ship is huge, so it's moving incredibly fast. This is faster than how I could go if I were swimming at triple speed. This place is vast. Welcome to the Arethia Sea. Technically, bring up the speedrun thing again. We're going to go to that island off on the left with all the crystals coming out of it. And the fastest way to accomplish the objective there is actually to sail there right now and go to the campsite on the backside to get the landmark there so you can warp to it later. Because if you go to the place you're told to go first, then the cove on the back of the island becomes blocked off and you have to go across the island by land to get to where the objective. But we're not going to be bothered about that because we're going to explore the island anyway.
Like
so we'll come here as intended.
You doing all right there?
Well, we've been found.
Hey, Tyon. You doing all right there?
I'm a little worn out, but you don't need to worry about me.
So she was all alone out here.
Acting alone is better for intelligence gathering and makes it easier to hide. It may have been a strategic decision.
Oh, push-up time.
It's gorgeous. I can hardly believe my eyes. Is this real?
We don't wage many battles at sea, so makes sense the seas would be relatively untouched.
Aha.
When people do die at sea, it's usually due to their Phoronis sinking. They drown. It's hard to draw out their life with a blade. Putting it that way, I guess it's kinda obvious, huh?
A little ironic that that's why it still looks so pristine.
The other half of my reason.
Oh, are we talking about that now?
Okay, I got 30.
About why
Chat,
I'm
how many
here,
did you do?
Right? I told you there was a second half.
Hmm?
It's you, Mio.
Me? What do you...
You want to leave an impression on all of us and the world, don't you?
30 push-ups. It was push-up time.
I can only
Weren't you paying
hazard a
attention to
guess
Lance
at
and
what
Senna?
you'd want it to be. And even then, I'm not confident I'd guess right. But let me just say this. You've only got a little over a month left. We can't change that fact. It doesn't give
Damn, you are
much
swole.
time
I
to leave
wish.
your mark. If there were anything I could do to give you time, if it were in my power, I would. Not just me. Senna too. And Noah. We all think that way. Mio?
Sparks. You're making me tear up here, man.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't my intention.
No, thank you. Nimue doing.
Huh?
You were even being nice to Uni. Stuff like that.
Oh. Oh, really? I'd never even thought about it.
Let's give thanks if we ever see one of those trees of hers.
A Sophronia? Right. I think that's a great idea.
There's more discussion about Nimue and Tyon's backstory in the course of the main story than I remembered. Interesting to see that. Just do constant push-ups during the entire end of chapter cutscene sequence for maximum gains. At one point, this was a while ago, like maybe last year, I was playing this game and realized like I've been doing so many chain attacks that if I just during the Ouroboros parts where it's like a 30-second animation, if you just did some exercise every time you did a chain attack while you were playing this game, you would actually get a reasonable amount of exercise over the course of an afternoon. Of course, that's contingent on you not watching all the cutscenes and just sitting here. Or, I mean, what? This stream's been going for over 4 hours now, and I think we've done maybe like 12 minutes of combat. This is by far the most exposition-heavy segment of the whole game. So yeah, I think doing the push-ups during the cutscenes is actually the better idea. Okay, so there's an Agnian transport Belina over at Corn Island. And then also there's a base on Thurbin Island to the northeast, which probably has other info that we can retrieve there. So we're going to have to go basically capture the ship, try to investigate that, and then also check out the relay base and gather info there. And that's our main objective for this part of the chapter. It will take us a while to do both objectives, but we'll do the first one relatively soon. Add ring fit support for Xenoblade 3. I've never like played ring fit or seen someone play it. I don't really know exactly how the controller. I know what the controller is, but I don't know exactly how the controller works. So it's hard for me to really imagine how you could map the buttons, but I'm sure it could be really funny.
Come to uni.
So Beer Bear or someone on YouTube has posted the entire set of cutscenes for this game, right? How long is that? Is it like 20 hours? We are going to go to Corn Island first thing. But we're not actually going to do the main objective there. We're just going to do some exploration because connected to Corn Island is a very important accessory. 13 hours, 38 minutes. And that's just the voiced cutscenes, right? I would imagine.
This must be Corn Island, the place Kisame told us about.
We'll sneak around the island and head for the opposite side. That'll be where Agnians keep the transport.
Okay, so around Corn Island,
There are pretty nasty critters roaming about here.
as Monica
Let's
says.
watch how we go.
We'll keep that in mind. You're very knowledgeable about this place.
There are some critters to worry about, although they're not that nasty, at least not in the parts that we're going to visit.
Get away!
You can engage these Gulkins and just swim out to sea to despawn them.
These are lying around everywhere.
And then just warp right back to our waypoint here. Now we go up the path a little bit more and veer to the right, taking a separate detour. There's an interesting mechanic here. The boss fight that you would encounter at the quest objective marker involves two Agni and Levinuses who summon some ground troops to help them. But that summon is dependent on this Ether survey team. It's 4 Agnias on this bridge. So if you take them out first, there are no reinforcements in that boss fight. And that's your reward for coming up and exploring the island a little bit more thoroughly. It's pretty hard to discover that. Most people are totally unaware of that fact, but it's kind of a cool detail. I'm just trying to evade more critters, unfortunately. And I think I'm going to be too late to dodge the squirrers. It's actually easier to get to this husk by just dropping down from the side after you fight the Agnians, so that's not really necessary to try to stealth past or run away and come back. So, for the fight.
But we got no choice.
We'll give them the fight of their lives.
Let's do it, Tyon. Uni's got head.
Shouldn't be too hard with Uni and Tyon spamming stuff. But I do need some buffs, so I'll use Uni's art for that. Yeah, it looks like the Alex fight. That's right.
It's a part of me now.
Cool. So beyond the bridge, we're not going to do that skirmish yet.
Nice find.
We're just going to go explore with
Seriously? It's right there, but there's no way to it.
along the vines here. There's a container over on this ledge. With I think this is the only example of horizontal vines in the game, maybe? There is a different place where you climb horizontally, but it's not on vines. Unique mechanics, hooray. Kind of.
Come to uni.
I love how blind the big birds are when you just walk right by their feet.
Everyone, I'm sorry.
Everyone.
Blue Jay, you love the Gulkins and Marignas. I like the marine versions of those generic enemies too. Always love to see more enemy variants. Do I wish they didn't have totally different material drops that were used for gems? Yes. Oh well. Climbing up the vines here. This is a pretty well hidden area. There was nothing in the base game that would really direct you here. Although there is one of the DLC Ascension quests does bring you to this spot. Anyway, you run over here, you get ambushed by 2 elite ant cells. We don't want to fight them, but if you just run away for a second and then run back, they disappear. That lets us set up this rope launcher, which will take us over
Here,
to an island out in the sea with a mysterious looking device on it.
We're really going in here?
That device is a Legacy of the Seven chest, which contains the Looney Rings, which have a really powerful effect. What they do is they make... Be down towards the bottom here. Yeah. They boost the damage dealt by fusion arts by 100%. So, this will make our Mighty Beat weaker when we're using it by itself, but when we use it in fusion, we get a 100% damage bonus instead of a 55% damage bonus that we were getting with the white wraps. So it's a pretty substantial help for our overall smash damage if we can get that done with our arts fused. And especially in chain attacks, it's basically the best accessory we can use to boost smash damage until I think is it chapter 7 when you finally get an accessory that's a little bit better than this for that purpose, I think. So yeah, we'll equip that right away, and that should improve our damage output a little bit. In fact, come to think of it, because Lost Vanguard has so few damage boosts, you could almost argue that the white wraps might be better than the silver belt. Although I think now that we have Looney Rings, it comes out to be a little bit worse.
Found something you might like. Be sure to exercise due caution.
It'd be rude not to.
Say, isn't this valuable?
Be sure to exercise due caution. It would be rude not to. So true, Uni. Legacy of the 7 items are awesome. To a degree, they're kind of a mixed bag. In that, I mean, they are the best versions of those accessories. Just some of them aren't that useful, it turns out.
We can't just leave this
but Looney Rings are really good. There's a unique attack boosting accessory. It's like a souped up silver belt. That's pretty nice. There's a crit rate boosting one, which is marginally better by like 1 percentage point than the other best crit boosting accessories. There's a TP boosting one that boosts your TP by 20, which can be really powerful, but unfortunately you can't get that until you reach the final dungeon. Have I done everything? I guess I have. I don't really need to sail anywhere else. Okay. That's all our exploration for Corn Island. We'll come back to actually fight... we get to the north side of the island and actually fight the boss. But right now, I've got to do a quick adjustment to the party again, and that's just changing Noah's class. So we did one fight in Lone Exile, and he's switching back to Medic Gunner for right now. For accessories... just give him the Titanium Temple Guard. And that's fine. So, next up, we go back to Uriah for a second. And we'll take down Raucous Ron a couple more times. We're doing a similar thing with him as we did with Lapdog Vise and Hazardous Jarhead, where we're trying to basically pre-game the Soul Hacker quests by killing him a certain number of times, but we're not going to do all. We've actually fought him several times now on different occasions, and we're just going to keep up with that. But we're doing that a couple times, or a couple kills at a time, while we work on like other things. So just whenever we have a need for a little bit more experience between quests, we're coming back to him. We're holding aggro. We'd like to see a topple and a launch real quick, please. And we missed it. So, just so we don't lose aggro, I'm going to go ahead and use my power charge on this attack. We might get it back. Oh, don't get a launch. Okay, well, we got it back now. Come on, team. Help me out here. There we go. Alright, just want to cancel into this, so 1 second. So we do a pretty good amount of damage. That was fairly comparable to what we were seeing with our flash fencer setup, but we are at a higher level now. That's 1 kill. We'll do 1 more, and then we'll be out of here. That'll make, I believe, 6 times total that we've killed him across the run so far. I went for a mighty beat there just on the off chance that we did get the launch in. We should have it recharged by the time we would otherwise get another chance to launch. Senna's the only one who has a launch art, which is why we're not really being very consistent about hitting our combo sequence. No launch. I think you heard Senna call out topple. It's pretty unlikely if the AI is the one that inflicts the topple for it also to get the launch art in my experience. But there we go. And he kills itself with last fencer. So, decent fight. We will definitely be able to do that faster later, though.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Next up, we're going to hunt a couple of extra critters. We want 16 more XP, which is a little bit more than what Raucous... It's too little for us to kill Raucous-ron one more time. So, we will go hunt some other stuff. And for that little bit, we're going to change classes again. Back to Lone Exile on Neo. We'll also switch Tyon to Zephyr, which, you can debate whether it's worth actually setting their builds, because we're just using these for a couple low-level creatures. But we'll go ahead and do the work. I'm again going to take Glow Ring off of Mio, so we can try to keep aggro and Uni. For Tyon, he wants extra arts now. Since he doesn't have Soaring Tempest yet, we'll give him, where is it? Quick Draw for damage, and then run Shield Bash and Flashback. Also Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, Protector's Pride, Brimming Spirit, Empowered Combo, Tailwind. Give him the other Gust Bracelet so we can contribute to those combos quicker. And Jade Support. And on Senna, I'm going to make a very quick pit stop in FMJ, which she's set up before, but now we need to change up her arts again. So Fatal Barrage and Aerial Slash, now she's unlocked that. Wide Slash with will actually be Superstorm. We're choosing Superstorm because of its lower cooldown than Demolition. And Quick Draw with Overfall. So she's got 3 different fusion pairs that all have evasion with Aerial Slash, Wide Slash, and Quick Draw. That'll be useful. Ultimate Qigong, Ethereal Ability, Vector's Pride. Accurate Grace is fine. We don't have enough crit for Analyze Weakness to really be worth it. We'll go with Steel Cleaver as well. We're taking the time to set up Senna with the idea of making her our smasher fairly soon, because she's the person with D aptitude and Lost Vanguard, and that means she's the one we want to spend silver coins on to train up in this class. So after Uni, she's going to be the next person to have access to a regular smash art, and we'll take advantage of that by putting it on actual attacker classes that can deal significantly more damage. So we're kind of prepping for that already. We'll also change up her attack accessory because we have It's up here. We have better ones available. So silver belt and carbon gloves for accuracy. Okay. So to get 16 more experience, which is all we need, I'm going to go kill that elite Ruga Quadwing over in Guraflava Lowlands again.
Well,
Let's get done snappy. We'll be out of here in no time. You gotta face me or it's my turn, you need. Senna, eyes over here.
Keep it up, Neo. I see you. Lightning.
Pretty easy. That one was only level 8, so it's worth 14.
That was pretty much what I
We need
expected.
16, so we need
I'd
2
say we were
more.
moving in sync, right, Tyon?
So once again, it's off to Everblight Plain. We'll just kill 2 level 2 or level 1 enemies.
Let's get it done snappy.
Try not to waste too much effort on this.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP.
Too
You're
easy.
thinking it.
Come after me, and that's
Hooray.
what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
$34.39, that's what we want. And now we're ready to do some side quests. Well, not quite. Change classes again. We're going with FMJ on Mio, and Cursor on Tyon, Lone Exile on Lance for the first time, so we'll have to set that up, and Incursor on Senna.
You line him up, I'll knock him down.
She's already prepared. For Lance, we'll go Gale Slash, Demon Slayer, Soaring Tempest, Nothing with Soaring Tempest, Fire Slash for combos, and Aerial Slash with Gale Slash for damage. Ultimate Shigon, this is all very familiar by now, I hope. Protector's Pride, Brimming Spirit, Empowered Combo, Tailwind, Soldier Ring, Jade Support. On Incursor, we're happy with the white belt memory lock-in on Tyon. That's fine. He doesn't have a launch art. And on Mio, we've been in FMJ before, but again, we have to set this up. He does not have Incursor yet, so no Aerial Slash. So we'll just stick Violent Flurry here, Wide Slash with Superstorm, Quick Draw on the bottom slot, and pair that with Overfall. Ultimate Shigon, Ethereal Ability, Protector's Pride, Accurate Grace, Empowered Combo, Steel Cleaver, Silver Belt, and Carbon Gloves. And that should be good. Noah's going to stick with Medic Gunner for a little while, at least for the next quest. So, MJ, Lost Vanguard, Incursor, Lone Exile, Incursor. Yeah. Alright.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
And then for these quests, since we're going to fight a lot of enemies in quick succession, these are occasions when I like to have the CP boosting meals because I think they're impactful and easy to keep up without having to go refresh them all the time. So we'll also swing by Colony 11 and get some late dinner, I guess. It's past 9 o'clock.
I'm just gonna lie here, and you can't stop me.
So order some food.
Been waiting for this.
This has me raring to go.
All right, everyone.
Now for some side quests. Over in Colony Gamma, there's a question mark on the south side, which is the start of a quest called Research Procedures, which is yet another occasion when someone at Colony Gamma wants to study our fighting techniques. So, before we were fighting like Foots and Nagumo and their squad. Now we will fight Zuno and Kairi and their friends.
Got some useful intel out of that.
You know, you've got to take regular breaks.
Right then, strategy meeting.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on the world.
I smell cooking.
You literally just ate, Monica. Okay.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
So, 6 waves in this fight. They're all consecutive. It's not separate combat encounters, so we'll be able to carry forward things like our interlinked levels from wave to wave. And that means I think the best way to go about this is to just instantly go with Union Tyon Ouroboros, and then use the other Ouroboros forms as they become available once we run out of time with Union Tyon. And see just how much Atomize is doing. It's kind of incredible. So it may have been kind of premature to use the Ouroboros. Maybe I should have gone with smashing in that first round because there weren't that many enemies. I'll let Mio and Noah get to rank 1 and then use them. Xeno blocked that launch from Lance. Unfortunate. Okay. We'll get to the end of this wave and then enter link. Tremendous overkill for poor Kyrie getting hit by that. Okay. Now we got Lance and Senna at rank 3, so let's try them out. One nice thing with them is they get, at least Senna gets a lot of talent art gauge for doing combos, so she's relatively efficient at generating her own talent art. We didn't have a lot of time boosts, so that didn't last as long as maybe we'd like, but yeah. At least we got a smash off. And now we have rank 3 Union Time, which should see us through for the rest of the fight, basically. I screwed that up again. So, as I described way back in Chapter 2, the secret to unlocking classes quickly is to just fight a lot of regular enemies, because you don't get bonuses to class unlocks for killing elite enemies or bosses, really. So these quests where you end up killing like 25 enemies at the same level as you are incredible at getting those class unlocks done. That's how we've gotten Lost Vanguard already on Tyon and Noah now. And we've also unlocked Incursor on Noah. He was the last one to get it because he had the D aptitude for that. So we'll be buying up ranks in Incursor on Noah eventually.
Feels good, doesn't it?
There we go. Gonna quickly run around, see if there's any more people we can talk to, get some affinity here at the colony. Though I think we've basically talked to everyone at least once. And no one else is spawning right now. Okay. So, next quest. Also in Isha, we're going to go back to Colony 9 and progress the Colony 9 quest chain. So, class change again. We'll go with Lost Vanguard for Noah, which he's just unlocked. Also, since Mio is just unlocked in Cursor, she can now use Aerial Slash. So, we'll go with Lost Vanguard on him, Sword Fighter on Lance, and Strategos on Senna. And we'll put Xeon in the party for this quest. He's required. So for Noah, the thing with him is he's not as good at smashing as Uni is because he doesn't have cross impact. We won't build him to do that at all. We're going to make him purely supportive, which is kind of a disappointing role for a Lost Vanguard. It's not very good. Not especially good at that. I mean, Electrofield is something. But having like no native combo arts is kind of a drag. So we'll give him Gale Slash, Shield Bash, which is his only combo art that is useful. We don't want Myopic Screen. And then Quick Draw for damage. Still go with Ultimate Qigong, Fighting Prowess, Protector's Pride. Kind of the standard setup for any kind of attacker at this point in the game. And Brimming Spirit, and Empowered Combo, and Ironclad. We'll pick Ironclad because we're maximizing HP for Electrofield. And with that, we'll take a white belt, a Gust Bracelet. On Lance, he should already have everything he needs. We've been using him off and on in Sword Fighter. And Senna, I think, is also good to go. Yeah, it looks that way. Xeon gets a new gem. And for Noah, I'm also going to change his talent art. Okay, and our meal is definitely still active. So, over at Colony 9, if we go to, not here, go to the front gate, we'll pick up some info. We're trying to learn how to raise crops. But the manuals that they were given from the castle are not that helpful. And down here, the tables at the canteen. You hear about the fact that Kite, that's Xeon's lieutenant, who's been at odds with him, is stormed out of the colony. So, kind of similar to how we had to chase down Fox last chapter, dissuade her from going after Colony Gamma.
Time to eat then.
We have to do something like that for Kite as well.
Let's have a little huddle up. Everyone, a moment of your time.
Let's move out.
So we talked to Fox first. He says Kite has gone to the cave near the hillside for. Is it Hills? It should be Hillside for Assault, right? That's the name, I think. That's all we have to do. Guess we can just find out. Yep.
I'm all for preparing for an emergency, but taking from others is not the way.
Gotta watch where
Somehow
we're
I think
going.
this talk isn't going to go very well. Let's hurry. So Kite is here.
While this quest is active, all the enemies in this cave are gone. Wouldn't matter anyway, because they're all like level 20. So they won't even attack us anyway, but you can just freely run through here and go get this container, which has a black feather band. So I think I mentioned way back in Chapter 2 when we came here the first time, we could have run past the enemies to go get that. It would just be a slightly worse version of the same accessory we got from the unique flyer, the level 13 altruistic Maribel, I think is the name. So it didn't It wasn't like a big loss, and now we're never really going to use that accessory, but that was available to us if we just ran past a bunch of level 20-something Vangs. Kite's big idea is we gotta raid other colonies. That's the only way we're going to get the supplies and food we need. We tried other things, but there really is no alternative. And Xeon's here to say, look, I need your support. I need you to follow my lead, and we need to develop our own way to sustain ourselves. So we basically do just instantly dissuade him from attacking, but Kite was here to intercept an Agnian army. Turns out to not be much of an army. But we do have to fight them. The army of 4 guys. That's even smaller than our army. Adamai is just so busted. Don't worry. We used our Ouroboros form and exploded on the enemies non-lethally. So what's weird is, I think this squad leader that we're talking to here has the exact same face as the guy who we met at the tunnel when we came in here to find Kite. That just it feels very strange. Unless I'm misremembering, I think they use the same model. Doesn't really matter though, nothing can truly withstand the might of Adamai's Raptor Raid. So, goodbye, Mr. Semi-Unique Mini-Boss Man. There's Mio getting Lost Vanguard. Morning Toast, you're saying just how Corn would have won. Is that in reference to the army size thing? Because to me, that sounds more like Commander Shepard or something. Okay, so Xeon and Kite have a heart-to-heart about responsibility and supporting each other and blah, 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 and we bring Kite back into the fold. And he's at least going to back us until we find a better plan than whatever Xeon puts forward. That's it. That's the last requirement to unlock Xeon's Ascension quest. And look, all the critters are back. So we could go back there and start it now. We'll hold off for a little while. Xeon's Ascension quest is interesting. It is not my favorite to actually complete because it's a lot of errands to do. But it turns out to be very important to ascend the Guardian Commander class. So it's well worth doing. In a little while. But right now we've just hit level 41 exactly, and you might be, if you've noticed how we're going about things in this run, you might guess. Time to go get a new hero. Let's change up the squad a little bit, and then we'll go do that. We're taking Mio back to Lone Exile. Now Uni's going for Strategos. And Lance we're also putting through Lone Exile.
I'll keep you safe and snug.
We got another Jade support from that quest, by the way. That's all set up. I think Uni we need to change. She doesn't have a topple art, but she does have Soaring Tempest. And draw a pair Mirror Trap with our combo art. Protector's Pride, Healing License, Ethereal Ability. I like having Protector's Pride at the end, so there we go. I'm going to go with Ironclad on Uni for extra survivability. And then the Devotional Necklace and Circle of Wisdom are good. Although we can upgrade this. And Lance is good to go. So I think we are all set squad-wise. We don't have a Smasher at the moment, but that's not really going to matter. We're going to do one fight without Uni and Lost Vanguard, and then... Okay, well, 2 fights. But we won't need her Smash abilities for that. Is it tea time? It very much is. Off to the city. First we'll go get this quest, although that's not the hero quest. This is the start of Romero and Julieta. I'll just let you imagine what that quest might be about. I think you can guess. And over in Serene Square, we can get a hero quest.
Would you believe it?
Oh my, oh my. Whatever is the meaning of this? That's most peculiar. There had never been any issue with me hitching a ride on an armory before. Now you're telling me that I, moi, yours truly, may not accompany you.
Elder's orders, Mom. Please don't make things difficult, Miss Masha. You know well enough. I don't have the authority to permit your departure without at least a platoon. For protection.
Yes, I do understand.
Now I'm curious too, Morning Toast.
Really. Given poor Uncle
wonder if I can.
Gurney's horrid plight.
Wonder if the
tightening
wikis had that
security
information.
On all outbound transports, are we, Moni dearest? I've needs too. Forget platoons. I've a mind to enlist every lost number there is. Would that suit you better? That said, perchance, if you were to reconsider, I would be more than capable of fending for myself. Do you see what I'm alluding to?
I'm in no position to decide, Mom. In any case, I'm afraid you'll have to take it up with the Elder.
They have the same names, or like transliterated,
I commend
Julieta
your
and Romero,
obedience.
in
Thank
Japanese.
you.
So
That'll
I think
be
it is
all.
very much a direct Shakespeare reference.
What a wet blanket. And here I was, so raring to go. I feel as a babe, cast by the wayside.
How much hairspray did it take to get her hair to stay like that?
Let's see.
Wrong question, because it's not hairspray. Those tassel things she has are actually anti-gravity devices. Masha can fly if she wants to.
Huh. Would you believe it?
So that initial cutscene does not automatically put Masha in the party, so I guess if you wanted to go like level up first before you recruited her, you could go do that. But once we talk to her here, she will join us.
Excuse me?
Hello? Aren't you... Have you perhaps business outside of the city? And if so, might it trouble you to take me with you?
That came out of nowhere. Who even are you?
You don't know? This is Lady...
Ah, where are my manners? Please forgive my impertinence. It's simply that I'm in something of a hurry. Masha, pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hi, Masha.
There's one version of Romeo and Juliet that's in like a modern city, and all the pistols have sword written on the side, and when they take out a rifle, it has longsword on it. Is that Romeo plus Juliet, the one with Leo DiCaprio?
You said you wanted to accompany us.
Came out in like 97 or something.
Gosh, aren't you a cautious one? It's nothing of grave importance, I assure you. I just happen to have some personal matters to attend to in the Fornis region. The Aegis Wilderness, to be precise. It may surprise you, but I happen to have a modicum of skill in battle, above that of the average layperson. It wouldn't be the first time I've left the city. In fact, I'm rather accustomed to working on my own. But it seems I've been met with some skepticism. Dear me.
Pull the other one.
I remember watching Romeo plus Juliet in English class in 9th grade.
It's about as far from military fatigues as you can
And I
get
think it's
without falling
R-rated?
off the edge of the world.
Yes, I get that a lot. But I'm afraid my fashion sense is non-negotiable. Only when one pursues beauty with every
That was
breath
when
is it that one may validate
was when our English
proof
teacher
of
knew she
one's
wasn't getting
existence.
rehired next year, and
Sure.
just kind of didn't give a shit anymore.
Aegis Wilderness, huh? We might not.
Chris,
be
you really
going
dig
there for some
Masha's
time.
design? I
Is that okay?
don't.
No trouble at all. I'm sure you
I'm
have your
sort of in the
own
camp
duties
with
to fulfill.
Our head that I think there's actually a lot of really cool elements, but as a whole, it's
Concerned
just
and
too
dedicated representative
much.
of the city.
Love the violet highlights. Actually, I think like everything but the side hair thing.
You'll have no qualms
It's pretty great.
now,
It's
I hope.
literally just
Give Moni, dearest, my
whatever is
regards,
going
won't you?
on the sides of her head.
Very well.
All right, people. What say we get a move on? Time waits for no cognoscenti.
Yeah, okay. Keep your hair on.
Well, guess you're with us for a while then, Masha. Don't worry, you'll be in good company.
Oh no, okay. Romeo plus Juliet is PG-13. Masha has joined the party. Oh. Sorry to interrupt you, Tyon.
We should make ingress from the Zem's crossway side. The Aegis Wilderness is vast. We should make ingress from the Zem's crossway side.
That's right at the border with the flats, right? If we're heading into the wilderness, we best do it from here.
Okay, so Masha, Lapidarist. Really powerful class because of a couple different things, but the biggest one is this skill, Beaming Edge. Boosts all allies' critical rate by 16% and critical hit damage by 40 percentage points. The critical rate boost is also percentage points. So this maxes out at plus 25? No, I forget if it's 20 or 25 at rank 20. Rank 10 at 16, obviously. But this is an incredible boost that makes it possible to run all kinds of builds late in the game that are dependent on really high crit rates. And it's just generally a great party-wide boost to have. This is actually our first example of a party-wide boosting skill, I think. And it's by far the best one in the game. And that's what makes much more than Nipponic Champion. This class is what makes like, the dynamics of combat with the DLC very different from without the DLC. Not that you couldn't run 100% crit builds without Beaming Edge, but it costs way more in opportunity in terms of accessories and skill slots to get to 100% crit rate. But with this, it's much more feasible. So, very powerful effect. You can see this class has a really high crit rate, 39% with Masha's current accessories. So go along with that, it's got the skill Star Treatment, which automatically heals nearby allies when you land a critical hit. Fascinator improves damage when you're inside a field on the ground. You can make Lapidarist a somewhat respectable, damage dealing class, and this is not a huge component, but at least a noteworthy addition to that build. And Ring a la Mode, also a party-wide skill, increasing the maximum number of fields that can be set from 3 to 4. Not that important usually, but this means that you can have more instances of things like the attack up field on Medic Gunner, or the crit up field from Yamasmith, or this class's own field. The Majestic Zone is not that good, but Pride of Place is pretty strong. So for those arts, all of them are somewhat useful. Blessed Edge is just your standard, heal allies when you hit with this art thing. Not super powerful in terms of healing, but it's, it makes it so this class does have a direct healing effect of some kind. Solid Silver inflicts a debuff on enemies where it slows the recharge rate of their arts. Not super reliable, but if you can land that, it's a somewhat nice effect. I don't think it's really worth running because there are better options, but it's not bad. Majestic Zone sets a field with the effect called Arts Heal. What that means is while you use arts in the field, you will heal yourself by a bit. I think it's related to the healing power of the Lapidurist who sets the field, if I remember correctly. Platinum Shards, really high power multiplier, kind of long cooldown, but the effect is it has a high chance to remove all buffs from target upon landing a hit. This can make a really big difference in some boss fights, so there's a lot of utility to go with it. And what I'm going to do is run that as Masha's top art, so she has that utility when she's in the party. Then to go with that, we're going to use her final art, Golden Heart, an AoE buff that gives the fast recharge buff to the party. And I believe, I wish I had the numbers in front of me. I think it's 20% extra recharge speed at base with this buff. So that's a nice bonus to give to the people around you too. So we'll run remove buffs from the target and give fast recharge to the party, and the Arts Heal field to charge up her talent art. And then the talent art is Pride of Place, which is a field that it is both offensive and healing. It inflicts blaze on enemies in the field, so it deals damage to them over time, and regenerate. So it heals allies in the field, and the radius on this thing is like twice as big, or maybe even more, than regular fields. So the area of it is enormous. It's pretty easy to stay in it. So not a game-changing field by any means, but it's a nice effect. And Masha's just a really good teammate. A lot of times, like even more so than Ashira, if we don't have another Lapidurist in the party or someone with Beaming Edge in the party, Masha would be objectively the best hero to have. Because she's A, a healer, and B, gives us a gigantic crit rate, crit damage bonus that everyone can use. So Chris is asking, are you going to be utilizing her crafting capabilities for this playthrough? Absolutely not. The only way to get materials for crafting is to do challenge battles and then turn in the gems for materials for that, and there's no way I want to grind that during the main campaign. There's like a remote chance that the one accessory we'll get for free from her quest will give us something amazing, but even if we do, I won't use it. Okay. So we've adjusted Masha. I'm going to run around and get a couple more things here in the city. There's a little bit more info we can get now that we've got access to the sea. This one leads to a quest called Rider's Block, which is essential for unlocking the final hero in the main campaign. And over in the... Oh, should be able to find Gray around the city now, probably. Somewhere. Anyway, we can go find a quest about him over in the residential quarter. Right here. We'll go discuss those bits of info at the city camp to get those quests started.
I'm starving. Got anything I can eat? Right then, strategy.
So this one's about Gray's relationship with his wife Rosanna, and how he's been off adventuring, and she's kind of holding down the fort at the city and handling his responsibilities, not just homemaking, but being in charge of other military tasks that he's not keeping up with.
We need to lay all this out.
And a novel book. We met Leanne earlier during Boomer's quest. She wants to get inspiration for her next historical fiction novel, and that involves going to a bunch of different locations to gather items. And then finally, we're going to get Fortune Clover's info off the docket. We'll temporarily have to swap heroes to Rico and Anna. And this is the beginning of Uni's Ascension quest.
Noah! Hey, how's tricks?
We're doing fine here, Boliaris. And you?
Same old, same old. Though we're not getting any provisions from home, so our supply guys are being run ragged.
Any requests for us? I don't imagine you called just to shoot the breeze.
No. Good point. Got a bit of info to share with you.
Yeah?
Specifically, it's about Colony 5.
Colony 5? I remember something about them being pretty highly ranked.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a rendering issue here where you're supposed to be seeing Boliaris, but he's not shown on the Nintendo PC for this cutscene.
But we're not sure. Oh, go on.
And then he also shows some graphics, like a map where Colony 5
40
is.
years ago. When you go gold, you're pardoned from fighting. That's why everybody busts their balls.
As you know.
That sounds pretty familiar.
Thing is, we're not even hearing a peep about this from the other colonies. It's as if they're acting like Colony 5 never existed to start with. I've tried getting in direct contact with them, but I haven't heard a fart back.
You think something happened?
Well, the woman in charge of Colony 5, or Solia, was close friends with our commander.
With Ethel?
To give you some background, some 2 years after the commander got us to Silver, Solia managed it as well. Kamaravi might have been Ethel's rival, but Solia and Ethel, they were sworn friends.
What, so if it wasn't for the thing with Kamaravi, you all would have made it to gold rank?
Wouldn't it have been neat if you had a way to bring Ethel for this quest and get some unique dialogue?
So I was thinking of going to take a look. Been 6 days since we lost contact. If there's been some accident, we could still be able to help.
Are you sure that's a good idea? You got no flame clocks. What if you end up like us?
We'll get the spark out of there before that happens. But I'm talking about Solia here. I ain't just gonna leave her. And if the commander was here, she'd do the exact same thing.
I really want to help out on this.
Whoa.
Uni? Seems out of the blue.
Well, you see...
Does Boliaris know that Ethel is dead yet? Actually, no. We have not done that quest yet. So...
What the... Why didn't you tell us this sooner? Gotta
Oops.
share this stuff.
I suppose we should have.
Sorry. I just...
Or waited.
really
We should have waited on this,
So,
this conversation until after.
You think that in the past you were attached to a gold...
That'll be actually the next quest we do after Masha's hero quest.
This ain't some ash about wanting to know my past self or anything. A whole colony just fell to pieces. I have to know why.
You reckon Mobius have something to do with it?
With what I saw, definitely.
So that's why. All right. We'll help you out.
No, I mean... Are you sure? You know, I'd be glad for the help here, sure. But I really wouldn't want...
Oh, enough of this already. Tell me this isn't exactly what you were hoping for.
Saw through my clever ruse, eh? Must be losing my touch.
Yeah, come to think of it, you probably ought to have been required to do the rousing
I guarantee
Boliaris
you
quest
it was
before
not a
you can
dream.
do this.
I'm certain of it.
True.
Bit of a
feel the
roller
same.
coaster with
What do you
Boliaris'
two think?
emotional state if you do it this way.
No objections. Let's head out.
Yeah, I want to lend a hand as well.
There you go. Okay?
I owe you one, mate. Seems like I'm always getting you in trouble.
It's fine, Boliaris. We do have an obligation here, right?
Man, not to forget all that food you gave us.
Oh yeah, I remember you took seconds.
Righto. I'll be moving out after this. Let's rendezvous around here.
The Orion Trail. Understood. We'll give our stuff a once-over, then get going.
All right. See you there.
Yeah. See you.
Noah? Friends make journey to Goldie Colony?
Yep. That's the plan.
Then, humbly asking to drag Manana along.
No problem. But why?
Manana heard rumorings. Say that Goldie colonies have super real good ingredients lying around. Manana will take these ingredients. Resulting dishes will blow both socks.
That is actually a thing that you can
Trying to
discover
expand the old rec
in
park. Eh,
the
Manana?
Gold Colony. But what's funny about this is
That'd be really great, actually.
Riku and Manana are not
Okay.
required as heroes
Don't know
for
why I
this
never
quest. They're required for this this cutscene, but you don't have to bring them.
Naturalistic.
when You
Only
go
answer
meet
is
up with
yes.
Boliaris.
I just said I won't refuse. We can all go.
And at the end of the quest, you don't even go and pick up the materials. You have to specifically
Always nice to
backtrack
see
for
a
that.
new face.
Anyhow, yeah, a little bit more to do here in the city. Because you can meet up with Leanne. Oh, I guess writer's block. Actually, I have to go to the bookstore first.
What you got?
So we buy the novel Founder's Tale, which is an imagining of story of the founders. Probably not terribly accurate. We can go meet with the author, and like I said earlier, she asked us for some to go find some stuff around the world to go get some inspiration. For her next novel. Of course, one of the party members are like, "What's a novel? Is it like a diary?"
What will we handing over?
So, 5 different items. Some of these, well, they're all references to previous games, and we'll find them in several different places. And we're not going to go explicitly for all of those all at once. We'll pick them up along the way as we go do some other stuff. So, let's put Masha back in the party so we can do her quest.
I'm fully equipped for action.
Let's set that as the active one. We still got our plus 30% CP meal, the mild games do. Let's head off to Zem's Crossway. Now, similar to Eno's quest, this is meant to be a pretty short and sweet thing, just to like get you the DLC hero class without that much hassle. I don't think they put a lot of imagination into this at all, though. At least there's some like extra NPCs and stuff to work with Eno's quest,
Wilderness, like you asked.
and a whole
Lady, I do have a
exploration
name,
mechanic.
you know.
So
This quest
Masha,
is
what's the plan now?
You are
really
aware
lazy.
of the annihilation events, yes?
Of course we are. Do you think we've had our heads stuck in the mud or something?
Well, I happen to be looking for a patch of land that was the site of such an event. The Aegis Wilderness, being prone to frequent events, makes it a prime location for my purposes.
Except that runs the risk of us walking straight into another one ourselves.
Yeah, we better not stick around here too long.
Hold on.
Tyon used to be in Agnes's survey branch. I think he's researching the area.
Wonderful. Music to my ears.
There's one old site. The survey branch maps have it labeled as Piento Basin. It's something of a trek, but it might be sensible to head there instead of us wandering around aimlessly for hours.
My, what a strikingly valuable piece of information. I couldn't have asked for more.
We'll go with you. You don't want to be dealing with all the monsters roaming around here alone.
A most gracious offer. I suppose I'll take you up on that.
So, what's so important about this place, anyhow?
A picture is worth 1,000 words, my dear. If luck should favor us, you're sure to find out soon enough.
So, to get to where we're going, we just warp up to the north end of Aegis Wilderness. And to our west, when we get there, at one of the annihilation craters.
Sometimes virtue brings with it
Got a couple of unique Tauses that only appear for this quest. You don't even technically have to fight them. You can just, run away and then run back while they're despawned. And then you pick up the item in the crater. I don't want to fight or accidentally hit the Ropples, so I'm going to walk in and draw aggro and then fight them away from the center of the crater. But basically my main complaint about this quest is, not only is it like stupidly easy to get here and you don't even have to do the fight, this is not the most spectacular annihilation crater in this area. There's like others that are way more awe-inspiring, like this one that you can see up there that we haven't visited yet. And like, could have just used that. This is such a boring spot for it. And our desert has some big pits too. It does. And yes, there's other stuff that already exists in those pits. But so does this one. It has that 2 Roppel ambush. It's got a thing going on. So if you're going to commandeer one of the existing pits for this quest, make it one of the ones that look spectacular. And then it's a tiny bit more of an adventure to get to.
Let it never be said that the fruits of one's labors are not rewarded.
What have you got there?
Again, I must extend to you my deepest thanks. I would never have laid my hands upon this were it not for your sterling efforts.
It's a rock? Looks like a rock to me.
Those are unusual inclusions. I've never seen anything like it. It's as if a number of different types of stone have all been interlaced.
On the ball once more, your assessment is absolutely correct. This stone was formed after several types of subterraneous minerals were exposed to tremendous energy, merging into one.
Tremendous energy?
The annihilation effect.
It finally clicked, I see. You might even call this stone a new type of mineral, a curious byproduct of annihilation. As it is created through sheer chance, it is vanishingly improbable that one might reproduce it through human means.
So it's a pretty precious stone then, is what you're saying?
Do you see now why it is that I was so adamant to depart the city?
It does seem pretty special. But what are you going to do with it? Wear it?
Not a terrible idea, really. But no, I already have a different purpose for it in mind.
Oh, yeah?
Indeed. Allow me to reiterate before I recapitulate. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Chosen friends, might I ask you to return with me once more to the city? Indeed, what outcome might this ill-omened stone born of calamity bring about? In due time, I will show you. No point lingering here. Let's continue this somewhere altogether more comfortable in the city. No point lingering here. Let's continue this somewhere altogether more comfortable in the city.
Now that sounds like a plan.
Right, back to city camp. Time to rebuild the annihilator. Yeah. Oh, we need more annihilation events.
Without further ado, heavens above, I'd completely forgotten.
What is it?
I'm so sorry. I failed to mention what is arguably the most vital facet of my identity.
I'm the head of House Cassini, if I remember correctly.
I know it's rather late, but allow me to formally introduce myself. Masha, lapidarist extraordinaire, at your humble service.
What? I love the blank stare they give her.
A lapidarist extraordinaire, my dear. An artisan of the crafts, if you will, in drab layman's terms. I specialize in gem processing and precious metalwork, mainly, but I also dabble in many other types of ornamentation.
Huh. Sounds like you keep busy.
Could I trouble you for a bigger reaction? You're the fabled lapidarist extraordinaire, or how inspirational would fit well in this conversational beat.
If anything, I'm surprised you had time to learn to fight like you do, on top of all your other hobbies, I'd say.
Oh, I hadn't considered that
So wait, Cassini is
Thank you for your honest
the house
opinion.
of...
These crafts you're talking about.
That's
You can make
Rex's
something for
protege,
myself.
right? So that makes Masha likely a descendant
I
of
shall. Let's
Zeke
see. Judging by
and
the
Pandoria?
quality of this stone, it might make for a fanciful ring.
Is that right?
Normally, it's my policy not to show my methods to the general public. But I'll make an exception this time, just for you. Now watch as the city's lauded lapidarist extraordinaire flaunts her artisanal prowess.
Okay, so everyone in chat, we can pray for the absolute god roll on our free accessory, which would be basically, well, the mechanic with these special accessories that Masha crafts is they have slightly better effects than normal accessories, and they have bonus effect slots, 4 of them. And the only one that's really, really impactful is getting crit rate on those 4 bonus slots. So the one thing you'd really be hoping to get out of this would be an accessory with a good general purpose effect for attackers, like attack up, or attacks that you cancel into can't be blocked or evaded, or like the risky recharge effect, faster recharge when a non-defender is targeted, with all 4 slots having crit rate bonuses, and preferably, and this is like stupidly extremely rare, getting the maximum crit points you can get across all 4 slots is 26. Getting 25 or 26 would be absolutely amazing. And there is a tiny, 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 tiny chance that we could get such an accessory on this free roll. Okay, this effect is kind of garbage. And also we got, I believe that's just attack up and then block rate up and then HP and then HP. So total failure. What a shame. We have to enhance it, and then yeah, so the first slot there, the 18, says our base attack will be raised by 18 with this accessory equipped.
Beautifully done, if I do say so myself. Durable and easy to refine. I made the right call picking that stone for an accessory. Mio, I'd like to impart this ring to you.
Huh? Are you sure?
Nevermore. Take it and keep it to commemorate our meeting.
Wait, didn't you go searching for that stone because you wanted the ring?
They do say that curiosity and danger are two trunks of the same tree. What you ought to know about me is that I live as I please. That's really all there is to it.
I'm surprised. That's not the kind of
Keep
mentality
getting distracted
I'd have
by the fact
expected
that
from one of
the
the city folk.
Yes, you'd think that,
the
wouldn't
transparency effects on the
you?
edge
But
of
having different thoughts and beliefs,
Masha's
that's
fluffy
what makes
color
us
thing
human.
really do not work very well with the double resolution
Just
scaling.
as the people of House Vandam march on Mobius, waving the banner of war, so do you have House Doyle, who stay back, putting the city's preservation above all else. But that's not to say everyone who chooses pacifism thinks the way a Doyle might. Myself, for instance.
It is interesting to
But
hear that
aren't we
summation of the
supposed to all
dynamic
be
between
working
Vandam and
together
Doyle
to
and the,
defeat Mobius?
having the additional context from the
Yes, I
DLC.
acknowledge that truth as well. It's a thorny question, to be sure.
But Trevor, about the, having the
But be
Kevesi
that
iris
as
and
it
everything,
may, I simply cannot,
who knows
in
with
good
city people,
conscience, abandon my principles. Even straying
their
from the
inheritance
soldier's path,
rules are
how could I deride
whack.
anyone who seeks meaning in life, who strives for an enlightened future? The city today is a melting pot, one great messy confluence of thoughts. But I'm of the belief that one day they will all meld together to create sweet, perfect harmony. Much like the stone that we discovered. Incidentally,
I don't
and
think
I'm
the
sorry
stone
to
on
change the subject,
Masha's, the blue-green stone
I
on
think
Masha's
I've taken
chest
quite
really
a
looks like a
liking
core
to you
crystal.
all. And on that note, I have a suggestion.
I'm not sure if she's intended to be a
What
blade
would
at all.
you say to entering into an exclusive contract with moi?
Huh? Contract for what?
It would grant you the right to receive my premium services as a lapidarist extraordinaire, expressly and expeditiously. Clearer now? And that applies to you, especially.
Me?
You have the makings of a model, Mio. Such qualities are rare to come by. You are a diamond in the rough, my dear. I can see it now. You'll be a future trendsetter.
Here's our one point where we establish who the class inheritor is going to be.
Oh, but I wouldn't
This
dream
feels
of forcing you.
very obligatory. It's like, well, we gave Noah the
All right, my dears. Might I have an answer?
the first DLC class, so it's got to be Mio for the second one.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't mind that. What's everyone else think?
I don't see why not. Sounds like a good offer to me.
You're gonna make gear for us, yeah? Can't say no to that.
No objections from me.
Nor me. And you evidently know how to handle yourself.
Yeah, I want a ring just like Mimi's.
Splendid. Then it's a done deal. Oh, one more thing. I'll have to ask you to procure the necessary materials for my work. And of course, I'll have to ask you to reimburse me for the labor as well.
What? Oh, come on.
You're gonna charge us? Some generosity that is.
On the contrary, I'd be more wary of anyone who offers their services for free. And besides, I pride myself on my skills as a lapidarist extraordinaire. Rest assured that any articles you request will be delivered to the highest possible standard. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Okay, well, disappointing that we didn't hit the jackpot with our free crafted accessory. But we do still get access to a great class with Masha, so we'll forgive you, Masha. Mio inherits the class. We will put her into Lapidarist very soon, but not quite yet. We're going to do a couple more fights without that. So in fact, the only class change we're going to do right now is we will swap Mio over to War Medic on her way to finishing that. She should already have everything she needs in that class. We're just recently in it. So yeah, that's all set up. And I'll go ahead and make Ino our hero as well. Just temporarily. So we can progress her hero quest, which is, or Ascension quest, which is also available now. But given the time, we've been going for almost 5.5 hours. It's pretty late. I think we'll make this a stopping point, and we'll come back next time to find out what's going on with the Nopon caravans, and then we will go inform Oliaris and the rest of Colony 4 about the fate of Ethel. And after that, we'll make our way over to Erythia and start doing some serious progress towards the actual objectives of this chapter, at least for half of it. Okay. So, yeah, we'll make a save there.
Just part of the protocol, innit?
And we'll call that a night. This was a really, really lore-heavy segment of the run. So, for those of you who are not lore heads, but stuck around anyway, I appreciate you bearing with it. It's a lot of action coming up, so that'll be pretty exciting. And I hope to catch you guys next time.